Everyone,
Good morning.
welcome to the June 7th meeting of your Board of County Commissioners. We'll call the meeting to order. We're pleased this morning to have Reverend Omar Reyes from St. Albans Episcopal in St. Pete Beach to provide our invocation. After that, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Commissioner Gerard. Please rise. If you would face us. Thank you, sir.
Please forgive me for being late. Being from New York, the traffic is much better down here, so I had to get used to it. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you that you call us to live together under the rule of law and under the leadership of this county commission. We look to your word in the Bible that tells us that requests, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgiving be made for everyone, for the king and all those in authority, that we may peacefully and quietly live in all godliness and holiness. This is good and pleases God our Savior. Surround our leaders with good advisors. We pray for the grace of Proverbs 19:20. Listen to advice and accept instruction, and in the end you will be wise. We pray for these men and women that they will be persons of knowledge who use words with restraint and people of understanding that are even-tempered. Help our leaders to be quick to pray, quick to deliberate, quick to seek advice. Let them be slow to speak or act on impulse out of anger, pride, greed, or desire to strengthen their own power or control. Finally, we pray that our leaders will establish domestic peace and prevent evildoers from prospering. As your word says, the wise king winnows out the wicked, the king detests wrongdoing, for a throne is established through righteousness. Lord, I pray that they will love their constituents and that their constituents in turn will love and be patient with them, because it is through love that we find true unity and peace. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic
for which it stands, one
Nation,
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty and
justice for all.
Thank you, sir, for being here. We appreciate it. I know most of you are here for item 17 about the purchase of a wastewater pump truck. But we do have some other business to get before we get to that item, so bear with us, please. A couple of housekeeping items. I'm going to take chairman's privilege and move item number 20 up in front of our public hearing, so it will be basically item number 5 now. We will take a lunch break as close to noon as possible, so as you're planning your day, we'll try and do that. I've got a couple of proclamations and presentations, and I'll come down to the floor for that. For our first proclamation this morning, we're going to be honoring and celebrating Juneteenth, and I'd like to invite Gloria Campbell, Executive Director of the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition, and your crew to come up with you, please. Oh, you've got a crowd this morning. Excellent. If you come on, just come on around. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to have all of you here with us this morning. Good morning. The crew.
Hey, sweetheart. Good morning.
This one. Hi.
June 19th is commonly referred to as Juneteenth and recognized as a pivotal turning point in American history. In January of 1863, President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, warning Confederate states that he would declare enslaved people forever free. Enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation occurred only in Confederate states that were under Union Army control. Texas was the last of the Confederate states to receive orders requiring the end of slavery. On June 19, 1865, Union troops marched through Galveston announcing that all slaves were free and that the formerly enslaved citizens rejoiced in the streets with celebration. Juneteenth is an occasion for us to reflect upon the struggle to gain equality of African Americans during slavery and after emancipation. It's a day to honor the significant ways that African Americans have enriched society through steadfast commitment and loyalty to the American idea of freedom and justice for all. Juneteenth celebrates African American freedom, achievement, while encouraging respect for all cultures. Therefore, be proclaimed by the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners that June 19, 2022 be recognized as Juneteenth.
Thank you so much for, first of all, recognizing the importance of June 19th and Juneteenth. It is a federal holiday as of 2021, so we thank you so much for the recognition. How about we know that none of us are free until all of us are free. And we thank you for recognizing the Clearwater Urban Leadership Coalition, for we're fighting for economic freedom, because that is the last bastion of equality. So thank you so much, and we really appreciate this recognition.
It's hard to you can't do.
And then how do I do it here? All right, so it's gonna ask you in two places. First will be for me.
Let me get up.
Go ahead and hit the blue.
Oh, okay.
And then forget.
It's a wider shot than normal.
And then hit it again.
Thank you all for being here this morning.
Have a lovely day.
Our next proclamation recognizes National Waste and Recycling Workers Week. And I'd like to invite Paul Sacco, Director of Solid Waste for Pinellas County, Earl Gloucester, Director of Solid Waste and General Service for the City of Clearwater, and Tracy Meehan, Communication Director with Waste Pro, to join me at the podium. Good morning, sir. How are you? Good morning, sir.
Doesn't look like it. How are you? Okay, then you're good.
The nation celebrates the week of June 17th as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week. According to the Centers for Disease Control, the eradication of many diseases in our world is due to the high public sanitation standards resulting from effective garbage disposal. No community could efficiently operate without waste and recycling workers. Garbage and recycling collection is documented by the federal government as being in one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs, and the safety of our workers is incredibly important to our county. We value and celebrate the garbage and recycling collectors, material processors, and all others employed with industry to serve residents and local businesses. And that's why Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners is proclaiming the week of June 17th be recognized as National Waste and Recycling Workers Week, and encourage all citizens and local business to participate in opportunities to thank the men and women in that industry. Start over here, Liz, if you want to say a few words. Welcome this morning.
Thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to accept this on behalf of Waste Pro and all of the private sector for collections in the county. We feel very fortunate to have such great partners within to work with, and really feel appreciated that our workers, day in and day out, are valued in the county here.
Good morning, and again, thank you for Pinellas County for this recognition, for the men and women that do this tirelessly and anonymously every day. I like to say that we make magic. You put it out in the morning, you come home in the afternoon, it's gone. So thank you so much for this recognition. Thank you so much for this recognition.
Thank you, sir. Paul?
Yes, good morning. It is an integrated solid waste management system that just cannot be done without our private collectors, our municipalities, and then those at the Department of Solid Waste. We just appreciate everybody that has a hand in that. And just a public service announcement. if you can reduce what you use, recycle, and then we'll deal with the rest of it as far as transportation, collection, and disposal. But we appreciate the citizenry, our residents, and our businesses in making that happen. And then, of course, our partners in making this, and I appreciate the recognition. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. We're going to do a quick picture. Thanks, Tracy. All right, our third proclamation this morning is for recognition of our Pride Month. And I understand we have Tiffany Freisberg? Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Nicole Berman, Executive Director with St. Pete Pride. Join me up here. As we are aware, many of our residents, business owners, and employees of county government within Pinellas contribute to the enrichment of our community, are part of our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community. In the movement for full civil rights under law for this community, a monumental turning point occurred in June of 1969 in New York City with the occurrence of the Stonewall riots. In the 53 years since then, celebrations have taken place across the U.S., especially in June, to commemorate this historic event. Every June, the St. Pete Pride Parade and Festival, the largest event in Florida and one of the most celebrated in the world, with nearly 250,000 attendees, takes place right here in Pinellas County. The Board of County Commissioners is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, equity, security, and equality for all communities within our county. And that's why we're proclaiming June 2022 be recognized as Pride Month. Thank you so much for being here.
Just want to say thank you, Chairman Justice and the Pinellas County Board of Commissioners. This proclamation highlights the county's commitment to celebrating and uplifting the LGBTQ+ community, and we thank you for recognizing that representation and visibility matter.
Absolutely. We're going to do a quick picture. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. We'll do one more photo. Thank you. Come on, way over where it's middle. Thank you. Thank you. All right, item number 4 this morning is our partner presentation. I'd like to call up Joe Bories, Operations Manager with Emergency Management.
Yeah, my pen's working down there.
Joe, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Joe Bories, Operations Manager, Pinellas County Emergency Management. Thank you for having us this morning. Commissioners, since the last end of hurricane season last year, we've been very busy getting ready for this hurricane season. Started with preparing our all hazards guide, working with our partners at the Tampa Bay Times newspaper and education. With that program, we were able to get 35,000 copies of the guide out to our middle school students. We've already seen some benefits from that. Some teachers already have developed posters from that, working with their students. And we hope further that these valuable lessons of preparedness will be baked into their curriculum with their students as they return to school, and that they'll take this message back home to their families and classrooms. and continue to discuss preparedness as they go forward. These guides have been distributed through our partner networks and are available at libraries, government offices, and its online digital version as well too. We continue to increase our preparedness messaging to all our communities, including our mobile home parks, condo associations, senior living facilities, and our Asian and Latino communities as well. For our at-risk communities, we received a $50,000 grant from the state of Florida. We used that to purchase over 900 weather radios. These weather radios come with a solar panel and USB port charger so they can keep their electronic devices charged. We're hoping that our at-risk communities will be able to use this to continue to receive emergency information over the radio and be able to charge their electronic devices in case they need to call for first responders or for their family and loved ones as well. We continue to support training and exercise with our partners. This year, we trained over 230 WebEOC users, which is our situational awareness software that we use in the EOC. We've trained over 170 damage assessment field crews from the municipalities, property appraiser's office, and the Building and Development Reservices on the Esri Field Maps application that you support through your funding of BTS's GIS program, and we certainly appreciate that. We've coordinated with and trained over 100 special needs task team members on special needs program, and our updated special needs application is coming out this hurricane season. We had over 60 healthcare facilities participate in our comprehensive emergency management plan training. That's a statutory requirement for those facilities to have those plans available, so we provided some training to them on that. We trained over 180 shelter management staff on running a shelter for this season. And this year, for our annual hurricane exercise, which was at the end of April, we took a deeper dive into communications and actually held a communications exercise within that exercise. And we used our compact, rapid deployable communications units that you all supported the funding for. And what we did with that, we called all our municipalities at their alternate EOCs. We also called the State Watch Office in Tallahassee just to mimic real-world limited communications capabilities to make sure that we could get through in times of disaster. And I'm proud to say that it was 100% successful. And finally, just last week with our partners at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, we held a local law enforcement workshop with them, and we had 100% participation from all our local law enforcement agencies to discuss preparedness and roles and responsibilities during activation. One of our big undertakings this year is we reviewed all the hurricane evacuation zones for the county. Every 4 to 5 years, the National Hurricane Center runs their SLOSH model, the sea, lake, and overland surges for hurricanes model, and they do that for every category of storm, and they provide those files to us. And then we take those files, they're like an image, a raster file, and we take that raster file and apply it over our parcel grid, and then we look at the highest risk that each parcel could undertake. So if you can imagine you're living a little inland in Gulfport, and we look and see, is Category 1 hit your parcel? No. Category 2, yes, it does. Then we trip you. Category 2 would equal a B evacuation. And we use a GIS programmatic process for that to assign for over 400,000 parcels the appropriate evacuation level. And then, of course, we do a QA, QC with the human eye, applying some rules. So if you're connected by a bridge, like our Beara Islands, you're an A-level evacuation just because of the risk factor there. We look for donuts where maybe you're 5 or 6 homes surrounded by Cat 3 storm surge, but you're not evacuating soon enough. We don't want you to be isolated and surrounded by water, so we'll take some adjustments there as well too. So when we completed that process, we found that over 47,000 parcel locations did change evacuation levels. Some of that was they went from a higher risk, so they went from a B to an A or maybe a C to a B. But we also had about 13,000 that went from a lower risk. So they went from a C to a D or an A to a B as well too. And we did communicate with our residents. You can see on the screen there, we sent a postcard to everybody that had an affected change. But we do ask all our citizens to look up your evacuation zone and the many methods that we have available. And one of those is stormpinellascounty.org. It's a nice hub site that we created that helps explain why we did the evacuation zone changes. We have a nice side-by-side map that residents can look at to see not just their house, but their businesses, and take a look at their neighborhood too and see the effects of the surge analysis on there for their evacuation zones. To help our residents prepare now and what to do as the storm is approaching, we've updated our Ready Pinellas mobile application. This application has new and improved push notifications, and you can see that at the bottom of the screen there with the yellow bar right there. So the push notifications will send you an alert, but when you tap on that yellow bar, it also brings up all the previous notifications that we sent out. It also uses location services to tell you what your zone is, and it looks up your address. Will tell you if you're in the 5 or 3 day cone as well, where your device is located, and whether we've ordered an evacuation order as well too. And then you see many of those icons are chock full of information for our residents to avail themselves to. But the neat thing about that is take reporting damages. Right now, if you click on that, you'll see Click Fix will come up. So if you have potholes, things like that, and you can report those. But during an activation, we could change that to our citizen damage reporting so the citizens can take a picture of damages of their residents and then take a picture of that and add that to our damage reporting. And that helps us to get the FEMA individual assistance by collecting all that information. Already, we've had over 800 downloads of the new application as well, too. So we encourage everybody to take a look at that and download that to your cellular devices. Commissioners, we continue to want you to know that we continue to work on finding more spaces and sheltering. As more and more developments come in, we need more and more space, and so we continue to work on that, work with our school partners, our community partners on finding shelter space for at-risk times during an event and step-down shelters as well, too. This week, as we speak, Palm Harbor University is having their gym windows glazed so that we can return that to a pet-friendly shelter at that high school. They have some really nice large lockers there. And we continue to work with schools on other projects, and we're looking to the state to help us review and assess other facilities that we may be able to use as shelter space. And of course, we continue to work with our community partners as well too, and for staffing as well too. So we asked our community partners and municipalities if they could provide some staffing assistance at shelters and any facilities that they may have, whether it's during a storm or after a storm. We have the clearance times up there for you on this slide. We want you to notice that some of them take a very long time to order an evacuation. If you look at the D and E zones, that's almost 2 days out. So we would be, the executive policy group would be coming before the board with their recommendation when the sky is blue and everything looks nice, but a storm is approaching us. We just want to let you know that we appreciate your support on that tough decision to issue an evacuation order in a local state of emergency at times when it might be nice and outside, but its critical nature does work to help save lives. Lastly, we had our first big Hurricane Expo at the Lellman Exchange since COVID with lots of partners and participation and touch a truck for children and adults alike. We had over 300 attendees and gave out over 240 hurricane hygiene kits and conducted over 700 evacuation zone lookups. So a lot of people are looking at their homes, their friends' homes, their families' homes, and their businesses as well too. We appreciated the local news coverage and a visit from Chairman Justice as well to the event. Thank you, sir. And then, we continue with our tenets, our 4 key tenets: know your risks, make a plan, stay informed, and get involved. So know your risks, we talked about that a little bit just a minute ago about, knowing your hurricane evacuation zone. That's your risk for that event, your flooding risk, different things like that, your all hazards. Once you know your risks, you can make a plan for that. Where are you going to shelter in place? Where are you going to go if you're going to evacuate and shelter to? And then stay informed. And we say local, trusted sources of information. There's a lot of things out on the internet, but storm timing, flooding, storm surge, wind speeds coming at us are all different from Citrus County to Manatee County. So you want to look and get the local trusted sources of what's happening in Pinellas County. And get involved. We have our Volunteers in Pinellas program that folks can get involved with, community emergency response teams that folks can get involved in, and local church groups that have response organizations as well too. So those are our 4 tenets. We ask people to get involved and stay informed. We also, again, have stormpinellascounty.org for citizens to check out everything related to hurricane preparedness and other information that's on there. And of course, our pinellascounty.org emergency site, which has everything about our program on that website. And I just want to mention that, our director, Kathy Perkins, sends her regrets for not being here. But if I could speak for the staff, we just love her. She's been doing a great job keeping us prepared, challenging us, questioning us on our things, just so we don't leave no rock unturned and we keep improving our program. And we're just very grateful to have her with us. And that's all I have, unless you have any questions.
Questions? Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you so much for being here this morning, and thank you for all of the partnerships, the strong partnerships that you have throughout the community, coming from the school board, of course,
our facility is being used as shelter. So that's the perspective that I have, and now we'll have a different perspective. I know that in the last 2 years, we had to look at how many persons could actually fit into a shelter because we were trying to provide that space that was needed because of COVID. Our numbers are creeping up a little bit, give or take, but if a storm should come, are you all looking at utilizing that same process or just opening the shelters for maximum capacity?
So we're returning to 20 square foot per person,
Okay.
and we're good up to a D. We start to see the little pain points of getting folks in there. We may have to go to 15 square foot. Certainly at the level E evacuation, it'll get very tight, and we would have to ask folks to maybe squeeze in a little bit more, but we think we could accommodate everybody. It may be tight. Remember, it's just for that time when the storm is coming overhead to be most critical that everybody be in there and tied down to that shelter. So, but we feel prepared for that. That's why we continue to look for a shelter space as well too, to relieve that pressure. But at the same time, we're seeing new developments in St. Pete, new developments in St. Pete Beach, new developments in Tarpon Springs, and you say, well, each one of those individually, not much impact, but when you look at them holistically, that starts to creep up and affect our level E evacuation numbers. So, it's a challenge, and we keep accepting that challenge and looking for more and more space.
Thank you, and thank you again for all of the material you put out. You give so much information. I find it kind of hard to believe no one has been touched by the things that you give, and I love the magnets and things that can go on refrigerators that show
Yes,
what
we
your
have those
evacuation
still.
level is, and you can write everything on it, and people will know in your household this is what to do and where to go. So,
Well, we
thank you.
certainly appreciate that. We may be one of the smallest departments in the BCC, but we think we're one of the mightiest. And you're right, all the partnerships, Kathy's very big on that. All the partnerships are key, in maintaining those partnerships as well, too, because we certainly can't do it alone with our small staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the presentation. The comment about partnerships is so incredibly critical, obviously with the schools and such. I'm assuming folks can get online to find out special needs shelters as well as pet shelters that are available around the county.
Oh, absolutely, sir. PinellasCounty.org/emergency, and go to shelters, and we have our shelters list there, which ones are special needs and which ones are pet-friendly shelters as well, too. And then, of course, during an activation, we'll be broadcasting that. Our Know Your Zone will add that to that list as well, to that layer, so you can look at that and see which ones are the closest ones as well, too. And then with our Alert Pinellas and our Ready Pinellas application, we'll be getting that information out, because we don't open all shelters at all levels. So, we open about 9 for an A and then more for a B and C and D, and we will communicate which ones are open.
And the only other question I had, you mentioned the change. There's 47,000 parcels that changed their designation. Just roughly, what percentage is that? 10% of our parcels that we have? I'm just trying to get a sense of the importance of folks checking it out, because there's a lot that has changed. So.
Right, so that 47,000, that's about, that would be about 10% of our parcels, which was about 96,000 residents. So 34,000 of them, 6.6% of the households increased their risk, and then 13,600, 2.6% of the households decreased their risk.
Okay, so there's significant change, and absolutely, the first thing you said is know your risk.
Correct.
So it's
Know
really
Your Zone,
important.
and we have,
Yeah.
we put it on utility bills. We have the interactive voice response system people can call. We have it on our Know Your Zone. We put it on our utility bills for the unincorporated, and St. Pete puts it on their bills as well too. And of course, they can call or look up storm.pinellascounty.org as well.
Well, thank you for all the work you do on behalf of all the residents. We're definitely appreciative of the professionalism that comes from your group. So
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner.
Further questions? Thank you, Joe. Great
All
to see you
right, thank
Saturday.
you
That was
for-
a huge crowd, and
It was.
for the folks here, when you want a crowd, as we're seeing today, bring something for the animals. We had lines of dogs around getting shots and tags and everything, but a great crowd there in Lellman, getting a lot of good information, and we appreciate the good work.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, as I mentioned, we're going to move in the agenda to item number 20. Madam Administrator, good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 20 is an interlocal agreement to create the Pinellas Regional Information Management Enterprise. made up of the cities of Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park, City of St. Petersburg, Tarpon Springs, as well as the Safety and Emergency Services Department and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. The acronym for this new group is PRIME.
Very good. Chief Slaughter, would you come up and just say a few words, introduce the topic for us? We had a good workshop on it the other day, but we really appreciate you being here to share some thoughts.
Certainly, Dan. Good morning. Dan Slaughter, Chief of Police with the City of Clearwater. I appreciate you indulging me today. Around 2019, after the Parkland incident, we were reviewing that. As you know, the sheriff played an active role in reviewing what happened at that particular school. And we realized that there was an efficiency that could be gained by us having all of our emergency services on a singular computer-aided dispatch platform. There's many other efficiencies that go alongside with that. This is a project that all the chiefs came together with collaboration with Jim Fogarty from the Regional 911 Center, as well as the fire chiefs, and began discussing this several years ago. So far at this point, we've developed this document that's before you today that creates basically the administrative entity that would manage such a product, so that we can make sure that all of the interests of each of the interlocal or of the local governments is protected. But we are really proud of the collaboration that has occurred. There are efficiencies that will be gained through the dispatch of your resources. There's efficiencies that can be gleaned by just the first point of contact with the phone call coming into Regional 911 and getting to the emergency responder. There are efficiencies, just economies of scale by purchasing this all at the same time. And there is no singular entity or purpose or person that has made this come together. It truly has been a full collaboration, and I'm thankful for the Commission's support in this product.
Thank you, sir. We have questions for the chief.
I have one.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Chief Slaughter. Thank you so much for being here. I know we've talked about this for a long time, and a lot of work has gone into it. I'm curious, though, as we implement it and time moves forward, if there are other opportunities to expand it even further.
I think there is not necessarily maybe the opportunity to expand the CAD system, because it is a holistic solution. But there are going to be opportunities for work processes to improve throughout as we grow into this and understand the full capacity of those. And I think even as barriers are broken down and people's comfort levels change through time, I think there's going to be just a platform for us to make good decisions as leaders.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that, and I'm thrilled that for the first time we've got all the chiefs and all the fire guys all on the same page. I mean, that's an extraordinary lift, and I'm very grateful for all the hard work that you've done, and would hope that eventually, I know this is really big picture, we could talk about maybe expanding it on a regional basis, because I can think of lots of opportunities that might be served very well if we were able to communicate regionally.
Absolutely, and many of the leaders in neighboring jurisdictions in Hillsborough County have had some of those conversations with us as well. They're watching us, and I hopefully we can be the first brick in building a wonderful building.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Peters.
Yeah, I was just curious why we didn't get all law enforcement agencies in the county. I mean, it's one thing to go regional, but we don't have them all in the county. I know they're small. You know, Gulfport is small, but Gulfport has a school.
Okay. So the agreement is specific to, say, the sheriff, but the sheriff provides many of the resources for many of those smaller jurisdictions, and so therefore many of them already are on the sheriff's department's CAD product. And so as we move forward with this, the sheriff is going to manage that relationship. All law enforcement will be on this system if this product or this venture is successful.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Seal.
Commissioner Peters asked my question. Thank you.
Further questions?
Just one quick one.
Commissioner Eggers.
And thank you for being here. Thanks for being a part of the process and part of the solution. It's really great to have you here. Maybe the question is more suited elsewhere, but cost to set this up, total cost for the county, obviously, and then what's that estimated ongoing maintenance cost that we're going to see?
So, the county has, the administrators have kind of made a venture before you that the county will fund the first 2 years, which is essentially the capital outlay for the software product, which is just under $10 million. There will be ongoing maintenance costs, and then there will be staff, of course, that will be tasked with managing this particular system. Many of those costs are still being ironed out. There should have been an addendum with your agenda items, Addendum B, which is kind of like a high-level overview. The county funding would eventually transition to just their portion of operational costs. And those are kind of estimated to be in the neighborhood of 2.5 million a year reoccurring, which is for many of the entities, you are currently, I'm sure, paying maintenance costs associated with your products. For many of the entities involved in this, I don't know, obviously Mr. Fogarty or somebody could speak more specifically to what your current costs are, but by the economies of scale, the product is essentially costing no more than our regular maintenance costs for most of us. And I suspect that's probably pretty similar when you take into account personnel costs transitioning to manage the product and everything. So I can't necessarily speak specifically to what your current costs are, but certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Further questions? Commissioner Seal.
I just thought of something which was, to the public, how will this be different? I mean, how is this changing the process? So someone calls in, what's different about what will happen?
So there are some public-facing components of the product that will, improve just transparency and their ability to see what is, ongoing activities, data sharing. But I think the biggest value that we'll see from the customer is when they call Regional 911, we all know, and I think we all have anxiety and angst about the process of transferring to a secondary PSAP. In this particular process, with us all in a similar CAD system, that process of getting us to the right entity will be a warmer handoff where that data is seamlessly shared, as opposed to having to repeat. There's this issue of people calling, they get transferred, they have to repeat. Now with this singular CAD system, we will see exactly what they've already provided, and we can just kind of have a warm off and pick off right where they've left off. So I think that's truly the value add that will be public facing, for the customer.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this would be a Jewel question or a Jill Silverboard question, but the prime operation fund that will be established, that will be like the holding place for dollars that are coming from the various entities. But we'll go through GAF auditing procedures and protocols and all of that stuff. I'm presuming it's going to be housed under the sheriff's line item or his budget process, or?
That is
Yes.
correct.
Yes,
He will
okay.
he will act as our fiscal agent essentially.
Okay. It didn't really say that piece in the agreement. It just kind of gave the process. Thank you.
Further
And
questions?
good to see you.
You too.
Yeah, this is one of those, it seems real technical when you look at the language and everything, but it is a really big deal as far as making things more efficient and providing better public safety for our citizens. And so I'm excited about what we're doing today. If there's no more questions, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Flowers, second by Commissioner Long. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
Doesn't come, I don't have mine up, it won't come up.
Did you join?
I'm a yes. I don't know why it's not coming up on my iPad, but
And it passes unanimously.
thank you.
All right. Thank you for being here, Chief. We appreciate it. Now we will go to our public hearing section of the meeting. We'll open with item number 5 under the Countywide Planning Authority. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item number 5 is case number CW 22-09. This is a proposal by the City of Largo to amend the countywide plan map from retail and services to public, semi-public regarding 8.36 acres more or less located at 1199 East Bay Drive. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you very much. I have no cards. Does Commission desire a presentation? Is there anyone wanting to testify? We'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gerard, second by Commissioner Flowers. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. Item number 6. Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
thank you. Agenda item number 6 is case number CW 22-10. This is a proposal by the City of Largo to amend the countywide plan map from residential medium, retail and services and activity center to recreation, open space, and activity center regarding 7.07 acres more or less, located at 375 Seminole Boulevard. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you. Commissioners want to see a presentation? I have no cards. Is there anyone wishing to testify? We'll close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Seal. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. I think that's the previous vote. There you go. And it passes unanimously. Item number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 7 is case number CW 22-11. This is a proposal by the City of Largo to amend the countywide plan map from activity center to activity center regarding 3.24 acres more or less located at 10050 Ulmerton Road. Public hearing was properly advertised. An affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Thank you. Commissioners wish to see a presentation? All right, I have one card. Jamie Meyer, who is the applicant. Do you wish to present or just for questions? Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Wishes of the board.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Flowers. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. And it passes unanimously. All right, item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item number 8 is a proposed ordinance updating Chapter 14, Sections 14-26 and Section 14-29 of the Pinellas County Code regarding the retail sale of dogs and cats in Pinellas County. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 15 emails in support of the proposed ordinance, 80 emails supporting a full retail ban with no grandfathering of existing stores, and 4 emails opposing a retail ban on pet sales have been received by the clerk. I do have a handout which was provided by Sunshine Puppies to give to each of you, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clerk, because we did have some emails that were maybe a little confusing about vote no, when what they meant was vote no on the grandfather portion of it for a full ban. Thank you. So appreciate that clarification. Madam Administrator, introduce us, please.
It's a lot to give somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we discussed last week, we have prepared and are prepared to discuss with the board this morning any modifications that you may wish to make upon hearing from the public, but we would recommend we have that conversation following public comment. Our question for you right now is, would you like staff to make the presentation that we provided to you last Thursday this morning for the benefit of the public?
I would.
Mr. Brightwell, if you would come up and just give us a brief overview, not the full slide deck, but a brief overview. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Doug Brightwell, Director for Pinellas County Animal Services. As you know, this issue was brought to the board last year by some citizen advocates, and you asked us to take the time after the moratorium was put in place to do some research on the industry for pet breeding and pet retail sales, and then come back with some information and some options. And that's what we have done. And the presentation kind of gave you a brief synopsis of the research we did on USDA, consumer protection, and information on other jurisdictions within Florida and the Tampa Bay area. And then we had some options presented for you. Between Class A, there's about 2,800 plus Class A breeders licensed by the USDA in the U.S. And there's about 700 Class B brokers licensed by the USDA in the U.S. The Inspector General has done 2 different audits of the USDA for this industry in 2010 and 2021, and they found significant issues with the industry in both of those audits and feel like that the USDA is not properly safeguarding animal welfare at this point in that industry. Our research supported what the USDA Inspector General finding was. There's not proper regulation of the dog breeding industry at this point in time, and the USDA is failing to safeguard health and welfare of the dogs being produced by the industry. Florida Department of Agriculture, pet lemon law, does not provide a lot of oversight or protection for consumers as well. We did cover that there are 5 states with full or partial bans and 75, now 76 Florida jurisdictions with full or partial bans on retail pet sales. We put forth ordinance language as one of your options that bans any new pet stores from coming into Pinellas County, grandfathering the existing stores with additional regulations put in place, and not allowing expansion or relocation of the existing stores. And that's a quick synopsis of what we covered last week.
So just to remind you, we're at, to set the stage, we have the options of status quo, doing nothing,
Yes.
and returning to full, whatever people want to do. We have the option of limiting any new development of the current, basically the grandfather clause.
Yes, sir.
The grandfather clause with the restructure of retail space if they reduce space,
We do have language prepared for that.
as well as a full retail ban,
Yes,
right?
sir. That's correct, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Questions for staff before we move to public comment? Let's go to public comment. All right. I'm sorry, Commissioner Seal.
Mostly, maybe for the public's knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
In this ordinance, for commercial establishments, there is going to be a lot of regulation.
There is going to be significantly more regulation.
Significantly more regulation than there is now.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And I just wanted that out there because
Yes.
it's amazing how much more regulation there is going to be based on what
Yes.
you're proposing.
Yes, ma'am, the staff worked very hard to
I
put those
mean,
recommendations
much
together.
more than the USDA is doing.
Yes,
You know,
ma'am.
it's,
You want to touch on that just a little bit?
I think that might be a good idea.
We're going to have additional requirements for, the point of sale has to be turned in from each pet store for every puppy sold into Animal Services on a regular basis. We're going to be stricter on that timeline for when those have to be submitted. And the OCVI, which is the official certificate of veterinary inspection, is going to have to be submitted with each point of sale to us for every puppy sold, so we can better track the history of that puppy, where it came from, and also where it's going. We've got specific minimum cage requirements by the size of the puppy. We've got information having to be posted on the cage now that's clear, including the OCVI, and some information from that OCVI which is going to be pulled off and put up in larger font on the cage, including sourcing, other comments medically that may be appropriate, or some of the highlights of those additional regulations.
One of the other regulations would be if there is something wrong with the animal, there is the ability to recover veterinary fees as well as
That's
to
that's already part of the state statute. That just is mimicking the language of the
Mimicking
state
that.
statute.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But it becomes stronger when it's enhanced locally?
I think it's the equivalent.
Okay.
Further questions?
Just,
Commissioner Eggers?
Yeah, just on the point of sale.
Yes, sir.
And isolating animals. So they've got 15 in their store. There's one that's sick, or what is the requirement that we have for isolation?
There's already regulations in place for that. If an animal is sick in a pet store, it is required to be separated if it's got some sort of contagious illness, to be separated and treated by a veterinarian and properly, or not put out for sale and not contaminating or exposing the other pets on the floor while that's.
Could you summarize what those vet reimbursement costs that we, and for how long they go for?
If I recall correctly, and Jake, my staff can correct me if I recall incorrectly, from the statute, depending on if it's a hereditary issue that's diagnosed after the purchase, I think they have up to a year to go back and seek some compensation for that. But the compensation they can receive for veterinary care cannot exceed the price that was paid for the puppy. So the maximum damage that they can recover is up to the price that was paid for the puppy. And there's 2 weeks, a 2-week time frame if the pet comes up with like kennel cough or something right after the sale, and they go through the proper veterinary channels and get it diagnosed, they can recoup again, but it cannot exceed the price of the sale of the puppy.
I understand that. It's a little bothersome. I mean, sometimes the vet costs are more, double. And if you have a limit to them, and I don't like the idea of, well, then you can come and exchange your pet for crying out loud. That's just ridiculous.
Yes.
People get,
And that is an option.
yeah, but
I believe.
the idea of reimbursing people for the expenses that they have that first year, regardless of the amount, to me is really important. It puts the onus on the store owner to make sure that they're really getting healthy animals, not, well, we think we are, or
Right.
whatever they tell us.
And that language is in the state statute, so
so-
that would be a different.
So it would be, to do more would be not allowed by state statute, or to do less would not be allowed by state statute? Less.
To do more, I would have to talk to the county attorney. I'm not clear on that.
Okay. Okay, I'm good for right now. Thank you.
All right, sir. Don't leave the room.
No, sir.
All right, we have a few folks registered to speak this morning. We'll try and, I'll call one up, and then I'll kind of give the alert for the next couple after that. We have some in overflow and outside. We're going to go first by those who registered online prior, and then we'll go to those who are here, and then we'll go to those on Zoom or online. First up is Rose Hart, followed by Jacqueline Harrington and Nancy Frisco. Rose Hart, if you come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Woof! I am here to speak for the animals who can't speak for themselves. In Pinellas, there are 6 puppy stores that facilitate the trafficking of the manufactured products of puppy mills. I say manufactured because these living animals are treated and transported like a roll of toilet paper or a can of beans to the 6 stores in Pinellas County. Puppy mills are infamous for inhumane treatment of animals, crowding too many in a cage, leaving them in their own excrement, lack of vet care. With the sheer numbers they produce, it is easy to see this is true. More puppies equals more profit, and that's all that matters to them. Females are bred immediately upon becoming viable puppy producers and are impregnated every heat until they are unable to produce offspring. Then they are discarded in the most cruel and unimaginable ways. Some of the puppy stores which are providing the market are right here in Pinellas County, selling these mass-produced living commodities for thousands of dollars to unsuspecting, uninformed, well-intentioned customers, many of whom then have to spend thousands more at the vet due to the neglectful practices of puppy mills, which can produce animals with serious health issues. This is painful for both the puppy and the new owner. These stores can easily be found on the Better Business Bureau website with the explanations of why their ratings are D- and Fs. The state of New York has just banned the trafficking of animals as well as nearby counties. Because animal cruelty is illegal, trafficking animals should be too. Anyone wanting a pure breed or designer dog can get one from a legitimate, safe, and humane source. Grandfathering means even though 6 Pinellas stores have richly profited for years off the backs of these innocent animals, it is being considered to let them continue doing so and calling it grandfathering. Hillsborough tried it, it didn't work. This is just a free ticket to ride, letting these stores continue to do what they have always done, which is to supply an outlet for puppy mills and profit off the suffering of animals. Leaving one store with permission to do this is one store too many. We are seeking a total prohibition of commercially selling animals in any store in Pinellas. There was a man named Einstein who said, if you continue to do the same thing over and over and expect a different outcome, it is insanity. Stop the insanity, Pinellas. Anyone who has loved an animal knows they have hearts and souls. Let's see if you commissioners do. Stop animal sales in Pinellas.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Next up is Jacqueline Harrington, followed by Nancy Frisco and Tina Klein. Jacqueline Harrington. Good morning.
Good morning. I am for the complete ban of the retail sale of animals in Pinellas County, and I want to emphasize that the existing pet stores should not be allowed to be grandfathered into their businesses. If the only way to help animals right now is to ban new stores, then let's do that. But I also want to emphasize that that's not enough, and I hope going forward that we can do more for them as well. But I want to say that these businesses run on hurting innocent animals, and behind each puppy store are various breeding operations filled with dogs, often hundreds of them who are mistreated and not given a chance at normal, happy lives. The dogs are often treated like the women in The Handmaid's Tale, only valued for the babies that they can create while otherwise being neglected. There are dogs with blood on their necks, outdoor dogs without adequate bedding, and broken wire poking into kennels. There are dogs living in standing muddy water and inadequate shelter. These are real descriptions of some of the places that Petland in Pinellas County has gotten their puppies from in the past 3 years. And even the other places that these puppy stores in Pinellas County have gotten their dogs from, even if they follow the regulations that are currently set, they have no obligation to treat the dogs like they deserve, with true homes and love and companionship. The mothers of the puppies in Pinellas deserve that kind of life just as much as their babies do. And that's why the sale of these animals must end now. And like I said, if we can just end the new sale of animals, then please, I urge you to do that for these animals and their happiness. But I also hope that going forward we can end this completely so that these dogs all have the right to happy lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy Frisco, followed by Tina Klein and Belinda Blees. Good morning.
I just have the same thing to say as the girl that was just up here. You need to not grandfather them in. I went to the store on Gulf to Bay before Christmas when they just opened, and those puppies, I'm from a farm and I'm 77, those puppies were way too young, and they had already traveled to be there. They're in horrendous conditions. They're in little tiny cages, not in the store where they come from. It's awful. You need to stop it. It's inhumane.
Thank you very much. It's a good reminder, if your comments are going to be the exact same as someone else, that 3 minutes is a limit, not a goal. So just a reminder. Tina Klein. Tina Klein, followed by Belinda Blees and Renee Rivard. Tina Klein.
She could be outside.
Belinda Blees. Come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I'm Belinda Blees, Largo, Florida. According to Spay USA, each day 10,000 humans are born in the United States, 70,000 puppies and kittens. That's 10,000 humans and 70,000 puppies and kittens. There will never be enough homes for them all. 8 million dogs and cats enter shelters in the U.S. each year. More than half won't make it out alive. Why do we even have puppy stores in the first place while shelters and rescues are overflowing? Why? Because of greed. These people don't care about animals. The purchase of that poor pup supports puppy mills. A puppy mill is a high-volume dog breeding operation being done all in the name of greed. They mass-produce puppies, and none of their profits benefits the well-being of the dogs. They live in deplorable conditions. They are stuffed in cramped cages, left hungry, sick, and covered in feces, all for the name of greed. We need to show some compassion and just shut them all down. Thank you.
Renee Rivard. If you come forward to introduce yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, Commissioners. Renee Rivard, Cortez, Florida. Now that New York State is banning dog, cat, and rabbit sales, Florida becomes the top seller of puppy mill dogs with 63 stores. Your Animal Services Director said all Pinellas store puppies come from out of state. He also said he finds USDA an unacceptable system. He said the state of Florida has a complicated way of keeping track of puppies and is no help. And he said our state pet lemon law really does not protect consumers. Petland Largo has a F rating with the Better Business Bureau. To sum it up, there is no protection for consumers and no protection for dogs. So why are we talking about grandfathering? You are talking out of both sides of your mouths. On one side, you are saying that puppy stores are bad and you don't want any more in your county. And on the other side, you are saying the existing puppy stores can stay. Makes no sense at all. Grandfathering did not work in Hillsborough County. What else makes no sense at all is Animal Services saying they can't regulate rabbits. That is not true. Orange County, DeSoto County, Key West, the state of California, the state of New York, and many others ban the retail sale of rabbits. We have a huge unwanted pet rabbit problem in Florida. Pinellas SPCA took in 311 unwanted pet rabbits last year, 250 rabbits in 2020, and 300 in 2019, and turned away many more. The Humane Society in Tampa spent over $40,000 just to spay and neuter 260 rabbits that they took in last year. $40,000. The Florida Department of Agriculture is on high alert for the deadly RHDV2 rabbit virus that these rabbits from out of state and other countries bring in to our state. The virus could wipe out our total wild rabbit population. Please, Commissioners, a full ban on dogs, cats, and rabbits. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Renee. Tina Klein, Suzanne House, Elaine Galbraith. Suzanne Boshin. All right.
I think somebody's coming.
Come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. This one?
Stand right in the middle, though. Both microphones will pick you up.
Susan Bosch in Clearwater Beach, Florida. I'm here to talk about the elephant in the room, which is money, one of my favorite subjects. We as Americans, we love our pets. Last year alone, we've spent $109.6 billion on our pets. Of this money, that's not millions, that's billions. Of this money, the big contributors, I guess, or the ones that have made the most money, your PetSmart, your Chewy, Pet Meds, 100 Pet Meds, they have managed to make all this money from us without the sale of an animal. When you go and you adopt an animal from a shelter, you get an animal basically for under $100 with all the fees and everything that you pay for spay and neuter. But then you got to go to the pet store. You got to buy the bed. You got to buy the food, the bowl. You got all of this. You got to go back for grooming. You have veterinary costs. These animals cost us a lot of money. We love our animals. So what we need to do is to figure out a way for these businesses to make money without the sale of animals. It can be done. I mean, the PetSmart business model, the Chewy business model, they've always proved it, that they're taking our money. And they're not selling animals. So I ask you first, let's clear the shelters, please, first. Let's use a PetSmart model. Have them place animals from the shelters. Let us adopt these strays, get them off the street, and let us spend our money on the things that make them happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry, I didn't know I should come up when you said my name. I was waiting for other people.
It's okay. Introduce yourself, please.
Suzanne House.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne what? I'm sorry.
House.
Okay, thank you.
First, two recent headlines. New York State bans dog, cat, and rabbit retail sales by a vote of 133 to 16. Second headline, an undercover investigation of Pinellas puppy stores by the group Companion Animal Protection proved misinformation and lies being told to buyers. Even though 75 Florida communities have outlawed selling cruelly bred puppies, it's still legal here. Why? They'll tell you they'll go out of business if they stop selling animals. That's not true. PetSmart is doing great. They partner with rescues. Petco is doing great. They partner with rescues and the Humane Society. No person or business should benefit by the sale of an abused animal. Please ban the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits, and no grandfathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. House. Elaine Galbraith, Tina Klein, Miriam Parham, Pamela Bickett. Dara Crystal. Good morning. Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Yes, good morning. I'm Miriam Parham from Dade City. I also represent Florida Voices for Animals, a nonprofit group that represents about over 4,500 people in the Tampa Bay area. We're a group that seeks to educate the people about animal abuse and exploitation and how to stop it. And puppy mills are definitely animal abuse, and the supply of puppy mill dogs to pet shops, it's just horrific. Our mission is to encourage people to adopt and not shop, because there's thousands and thousands of dogs and cats and rabbits that are abandoned every year in shelters and sanctuaries who need homes. And I'm not going to go through the puppy mill tragedies, because you've heard that, you know that, and hopefully you've seen some of that. I think a group, CAPS, Companion Animal Protection Society, sent you a copy of a video 6 months ago. I'm just wondering if any of you saw it. You viewed it and resent yesterday. This group is a nonprofit group. It's been around since 1992, and they're very reputable in their investigation. And it simply shows that where the claims are made by a lot of the pet shops, that they don't get puppy mill animals. In fact, they do. And they just may not realize that they get them from brokers that buy them directly from the puppy mills. So however way you get them into the pet shop, it's contributing to the abuse and suffering, not just at the puppy mill, but in transportation or in proper caging and care. I'm glad you've had a chance to view that, because it would be a travesty to vote without having actually seen that video. So we are here to ask that you please ban the sale of all dogs, cats, and rabbits, including those sold at existing pet shops, and please not to grandfather them in. I would be remiss not to mention rabbits, because they are impulse buys that often end up abandoned frequently when people realize how difficult they are to care for, or how fragile and how much they suffer from being handled by well-meaning families, kids, and dropped and hurt. And they're just very, high maintenance, and people get tired and dump them, where they may end up in the environment where they can't survive because they're not designed for that. Extreme weather and the food supply, and they become prey to other animals. But I would like to add one more thing before closing. I think that pet shops serve a vital role. I think we all contribute to buying food or toys or treats or things that are needed for animals. We're not here to bash pet shops, but pet shops should not be selling dogs and cats and rabbits at this time, when maybe we could all partner together to help improve adoptions. And it'll be a win-win situation for all. So let's not grandfather them in, and let's stop the puppy mill business. We know how bad it is. Let's just stop it. Thank you.
What's your organization, Miriam?
Florida Voices for Animals. We've been around since 1989, 501c3 incorporated. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I?
Any other questions?
No, not of you. I just want to clarify, because I don't want anyone to be in here and think one thing. This item that we're talking about today only addresses puppy mills. It does not address cats. It does not address rabbits.
It addresses the retail sales of
Cats and dogs.
cats and dogs.
Cats and dogs, not rabbits. I'm sorry.
Does not
Please
address,
forgive me.
it does not
rabbits.
address rabbits, and it does not specifically address puppy mills.
Okay.
This is the other side of the retail side of it.
Okay, I just wanted to, because, and I do apologize for saying not cats, but I asked the same question in the workshop, because I wanted to make sure persons understood what the item is for today.
We
I
could-
appreciate them, and they can continue to talk about rabbits inclusive and all of that.
I know my time's up, but I
I'm
don't know when it
I'm not
ended,
finished,
so.
ma'am. Please
Okay,
forgive me.
okay,
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the persons that are here or listening, that they understand the item that we will be addressing today, and it doesn't include rabbits.
But it does include cats and
Your
rabbits,
I-
you know,
Thank
have
you very-
rabbit mills too.
Thank you very much, Marion. We'll appreciate, yes.
Just wanted to.
But as with any legislative matter, the item could be amended and discussed throughout the day, so I don't want to limit necessarily. But it is the retail side, not puppy mills specifically.
Okay, thank you.
I see someone else standing up, ready to come. Please come forward. If you introduce yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dara Crystal. I reside in Palm Harbor, Florida. I'm a certified professional dog trainer with years of veterinary experience. I've come before you today to voice my strong support for banning the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in Pinellas County without a grandfathering allowance. With nearly 2,500 signatures on change.org, the public has voiced their disbelief of Pinellas County continuing to support this abusive industry. Prohibiting the sale of puppies, kittens, and rabbits bred in mills also protect consumers. Families may be left with hundreds or thousands of dollars in veterinary bills caring for gravely ill animals purchased from pet stores that made false or misleading claims about veterinary care and congenital defects. Despite intervention, some of these animals do not survive. In my years of veterinary experience, I've sadly witnessed this an overwhelming number of times. Many counties in Florida have already enacted full bans without grandfathering, preventing the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits. States including California, Maryland, Maine, Illinois, and Washington State have banned the retail sale of these 3 animals entirely. I had in here to discuss the treatment of the dogs, cats, and rabbits in mills, but since it's already been touched upon so much, I just want to say the puppy stores can bus in as many people as they want, but it doesn't change what they're supporting. It doesn't change the suffering. It doesn't change the outcome. Ultimately, they're supporting the suffering whether they know it or not.
Please address the commission.
Maybe they're not told. So, thank you for your time, and please help us end this horrible industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Let me go through my pre-registered names one more time. Tina Klein, Elaine Galbraith, Pamela Bickett. Come forward, please. Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name's Pamela Bickett, and I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and a voter, and I've lived in Largo for more than 25 years, very near the Ulmerton Road corridor, where several puppy stores known for selling animals from questionable origins are located. I support a full retail ban on the sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits with no grandfathering. Grandfathering is just a cop-out that placates these retail operations and does nothing to protect the animals being bred and sold in this way. Instead, they could be working with overwhelmed and overcrowded area animal shelters and rescue groups by helping homeless animals get adopted while addressing pet overpopulation. Another reason I support the ban is because retail pet sales don't require an application or any information about the home or care the pet will receive. It's only about the money. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh, and again, I'll call some names in advance. Michael Kukin, Kurt Marsh, Susie Schwartz. Michael, come forward, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning.
My name is Michael Kukan. I live in Clearwater, Florida. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak with you today. Recently, I visited one of the retail outlets, and I was kind of appalled. I walked in there, and there were approximately 30 dogs, 35 dogs, most without water, most with feces in their cages, and many eye infections, okay? So that kind of bothered me, and so I guess today I'm just kind of appealing to you all to this what some of us have said and vote to ban these retail outlets, especially grandfathering too. That does nothing for us. And I know there's also right now we have, there's different rules and laws in place right now, but who is monitoring that and how often? Okay, so that's a really issue. We don't have the manpower to follow up on all these places. So please just vote to ban the retail sales and disallow grandfathering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Kurt Marsh.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning,
name's
sir.
Kurt Marsh. I happen to be president of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue up in Pasco, but we handle Pasco, Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota, Hernando counties. Please ban the sale of dogs and cats. Real simple. It's unless you're going to have someone there in a store every day of the week checking on the animals, then all the regulation in the world is not. You can't check on them once a week. It's just an overwhelming manpower issue. To the rabbits, please add rabbits to your conversation, please. We're overwhelmed. Pet stores sell them. Rabbits should be 8 weeks old before they're sold. We know certain pet stores in downtown St. Pete sell them at 4 weeks old because all the pet stores want to sell dwarfs because everyone wants a small rabbit for a small child, not realizing that the number one killer of a 2-month-old rabbit is a 5-year-old kid. Parents just don't know. There's a lack of knowledge out there. The next problem is they then the rabbit bites, scratches, pees on the bed, pees on the couch, and they throw them out. Right now I've got 75 rabbits that are in our rescue. The SPCA has an average of 30 rabbits at any given time. The Humane Society of Pinellas County has 12 spaces, and on any day there are 20 rabbits that we're in just the west side of the area, Tampa Bay area, that we're unable to rescue because we don't have a spot for them. I'm dealing with 15 in Manatee, a half dozen up in Pasco County. So I know it's too late to add it to this conversation. Please consider adding it later. And you're welcome to contact me, and I'll give you all the information you want to know about. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Susie Schwartz, followed by Leah Tiberini and Genevieve Pettyjohn. Good morning.
Morning, Zunia Schwartz, Holiday, Florida. I'm the Vice President of Suncoast House Rabbit Rescue. We know rabbits are used for a lot of different things. They're used in laboratory testing, they're used for fur, they're used for meat, but they're also a very popular pet. Rabbits are the third most abandoned pet. So let's take a step back and take a look at what is a pet. Quick search on the internet, first 3 results of the internet search, Merriam-Webster says it's a noun, A1, a pampered and usually spoiled child. B, a person who is treated with unusual kindness or consideration. Or 2, a domesticated animal kept for pleasure rather than utility. Cambridge Dictionary says it's a noun, an animal that is kept in the home as a companion and treated kindly. Dictionary.com says it's a noun, any domesticated or tamed animal that is kept as a companion and cared for affectionately. Most animal lovers would accept all of these definitions, including the people ones, as a valid definition of a pet. retail outlets sell these definitions to their consumers while in reality sourcing their live goods from inhumane conditions and operating with animals as merchandise policies. So please stop the bait and switch. Please stop the retail sales of dogs, cats, and rabbits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Leah Tiberini, followed by Genevieve Pettyjohn and Austin Cohn. Good morning.
Hello. My name is Leah Tiberini. I'm from Sarasota, Florida. Went on a long haul all the way here today. I support the ban of all retail sales of dogs, cats, and rabbits, removing the grandfather clause for existing stores. It's kind of ironic that they went before me because the next statement I have is with the rising number of shelter animals, including rabbits in shelters, it makes no sense to continue breeding more and more. And retail pet stores that sell dogs, cats, and rabbits receive their animals from these breeders. I hope you guys consider that this change will happen, and thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Genevieve Pettyjohn.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Genevieve Pettyjohn. I live in Seminole, Florida. I'm going to shorten my speech by a lot so I'm not redundant. I can speak mostly on rabbits because I help with rabbit rescues in the entire state of Florida because there are not a lot of them. So I urge you to please add rabbits to the ban. I do support the ban of cats and dogs with no grandfathering. Pretty much I want to say shelters and rescues, they're full. They can't take in anymore. I try to find homes for rabbits and they're just not out there. And I'm telling you, I look in the entire state of Florida. I help all the rescues in Florida. They're full. They can't take any more. So I urge you to please think about that when you're making your decision. Thank you
very much. Austin Cohn, followed by Susan Killarney and Nancy Fusco. Austin?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Austin Cohn. I'll be representing Sunshine Puppies, better known business. The following states have full bans on the sale of puppies: California, Maryland, Maine, Washington, as well as Illinois. The states listed above have all implemented statewide bans of the sale of puppies. All 5 states have seen the same results. As an example, California saw the following: 93% of the stores selling puppies went out of business, loyal employees lost their jobs, future pet owners lost a regulated and inspected source for puppies, laws protecting pet store puppies and families who acquire them were eradicated, requirements to reveal a pet source and as well as a purchaser's rights were eliminated, puppy scams reported to the BBB rose by 350% in 2.5 years after the ban. California veterinarians reported an increase in sick dogs from unregulated sources. Let me touch on those some of those points again. 93% of the stores selling puppies went out of business. 17 of 21 animal and consumer protection provisions were eliminated. Puppy scams reported to the Better Business Bureau rose 350% in the 2.5 years after the ban compared to the same time frame before the ban. California veterinarians reported seeing an increase in sick dogs acquired from unregulated sources. Today, in all 5 states, the residents of those states travel to other states to purchase their family pets. Explaining Pinellas County Animal Control report during the work session that stated approximately 50% of the puppies sold in 2021 left the county to reside elsewhere. In fact, every single state where puppy sales were banned, residents were able to buy the puppies online through unknown sources that are more than likely true puppy mill dogs. In the end, the result was that the family-owned businesses were closed and the puppy mills flourished. The following searches were performed on Google with the pages of the results of puppies for sale in the states with bans, and those websites will be within the packets that were handed out. Some are simply online scams designed to swindle the residents, while others are actually selling the puppies without any oversight, regulations, or transparency. Aside from puppy mills flourishing in the 5 states where bans were established, who is the #1 supporter of puppy mills? If the pet stores are not the buyers, then who is? Well, let's follow the lead of the animal rights groups. Let's turn to Google. The results were overwhelming, and even more astonishing were the sources. On page 1 of the results were the top 7 results. All stated the same information. Starting with the Washington Post and followed by PETA, the headlines were rescue groups buying dogs at puppy mill auctions. With all the focus, monitored, regulated, and inspected pet stores, the rescues are literally funding the puppy mills while operating without any oversight of any kind. A little known fact is that animal rescues far outnumber pet shops. Any questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless.
Susan, thank you very much. Come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, I'm Susan Kalanen. I'm a resident of Largo, Florida for 23 years. And at the beginning of this section, I know Commissioner Seal asked about significantly more regulations if their grandfathering were to take place. But why even bother with new regulations? I heard them talk about refunding animals, repaying vet bills, this and that, but that's not addressing the core issue. The core issue is supply and demand. Unfortunately, there is a demand problem. People are not educated enough to understand what puppy mills do, what these retail shops do, and they help people get animals that they think they want. People think they want puppies. People think they want purebreds, and that's the core of the problem. Education is the key. People need to be educated. So instead of spending the money in regulation, enforcement of new regulations, why not just ban all retail sales and then go further next time to ban online sales, such as Craigslist? Because this is where these retail shops are going to go. They're going to go online, unfortunately, because there's always a supply and demand issue. So as long as there's demand, there's going to be supply. So we need to take the money that we have allocated, let's say, for more regulations, for more enforcement, put it into education, educating people they don't need to have puppies, they don't need to have purebred puppies, they don't need to have designer puppies, and understanding where these puppies actually are coming from. I think it will make a difference. So we all know puppy mills are bad. There's no argument in that state. I mean, if we have pets, and I'm sure you all have pets, imagine your pet being in a cage all their lives and forced to give birth. That's not right. So I just ask you to do the right thing and think how you allocate your resources. And I know businesses such as Sunshine Puppies, the people want to keep their jobs, you know, and they think what they think based on propaganda, what the owners tell them, what they believe. But in regards to employment, there are plenty of jobs out there. We hear it all the time. I watch it on CNBC every single day. There are more jobs out there than more job postings than people needing jobs. So just please, you know, just think about, you know, allocation of resources and doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Fusco, followed by, we've got some on the fourth floor, Rosalie Socorro, Savannah Finley, Kaylin Nelson, Haley Love, Dennis Moore. Anybody of those names I read here? Good morning.
Morning. Howdy. My name's Dennis Moore.
All right.
I am here in support of the full retail ban. And the way I'm going to do it is giving 1 point on each issue, starting with dogs. Obviously, puppy mills and where they come from is bad, but once the dog is sold, there's no confirming they even go to a good home. I rescued a job in the middle of the night at work named PJ, who had been tied to a dumpster that was 50% below his weight limit at 22 pounds, and within 2 weeks he was up at 45, and he's estimated to be higher. So even if we're giving these dogs homes, we're not confirming they even get good ones. Second, with cats, even if we look at the animal side, which is their suffering, there are ecological impacts. Cats are one of the most invasive species in the United States, with an estimated 100 million feral cats in the country, resulting in, even birds alone, 1 billion dead birds. These have drastic ecological impacts that in the long term are going to cost money and do untold damages to the environment. And to appeal to a third point, with rabbits, when people get rabbits, a lot of the time they're just released to the wild. People assume animals like rabbits or rats can simply be released. Well, when a rabbit goes out, there's a not insignificant chance that they're going to be hit and struck by a car, killed by a random animal, and the carcass left. And these can have pathological issues where things can get in the waterways, and now you have diseases spreading. So there are a lot more bigger context issues outside of just the birth and sale of these animals. And I'm asking you to please just take into consideration the long-term and broader impacts of them. Additionally, I am just curious, is the packets that were provided today by Sunshine Puppies going to be ever made available online to be looked at?
They will be public record?
Yes.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Dennis.
I'm sorry.
You got it. Nancy Fusco? Did Nancy show up?
I already was up.
All right, I had you on 2 cards, I guess. All right. All right, I'll get there. Rosalie Socorro, if you come forward, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Socorro, and I am the manager at All About Puppies in Largo. Firstly, I just want to say, wow, I have never seen so many women at the commissioner's table, and I have been to a lot of meetings. And I have supplied you guys with the puppy packet that we give every customer. These packets are individualized to each puppy, and they outline every detail from the puppy's medical history and documented conditions to Florida Statute 828.29, outlining the consumer's rights, which not only do we follow, but we exceed it. Our standard policy is to go over the entirety of the packet before any type of transaction has been made. If the puppy has a pre-existing condition, it is noted on the warranty addendum where the customer is made to sign, acknowledging what the veterinarian noted on the health certificate, and these conditions are covered for the lifetime of the pet. Additionally, I included an incoming breeder health certificate that is required for every puppy being imported into the state. This is a crucial document that ensures animals coming into the state are free of any disease and are up to date on necessary vaccinations. I believe it's important to know where we are in order to responsibly get to where we are trying to go with these regulations. I just wanted to address a few comments that were made. One in particular is in regards to the clientele that we personally have at our Largo location. A majority of our puppies do find their homes in Pinellas County, but we do have quite the following from our previous county and surrounding counties. It is absolutely correct that there are a number of puppies sold to people outside of the state of Florida, and most times it's to states that have enacted pet retail bans. Most people coming into our community support Pinellas businesses are being put in a negative light, but any other business would be praised for being able to reach that. If citizens of other counties and states can't get puppies from a reputable source, they will find a way to get the puppy of their dreams, and that just proves the demand. I think we should be proud of all that we've accomplished to get there. We have highly self-regulating our stores since 1995, and as of right now, we are in full compliance with the City of Largo ordinance, and even though no longer in effect, the Hillsborough County ordinance from 2017, which was one of the most strict regulation-based ordinances in our state. We take pride in educating the community on their rights as a consumer, responsible pet ownership, and animal care, and hope to continue this mission for years to come. Pinellas County has been our home for 26 years. We've served our community well, and all we ask is for each store to be judged on their own merit when it comes to enforcing any regulation-based ordinance. Thank you for your consideration, and please reach out to us if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Savannah Finley. Introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Savannah Finley. I reside in Hillsborough County, but I've worked in Pinellas County for a small business called All About Puppies. A question that grabbed my attention in the meeting held on the 2nd was one made by Commissioner Eggers, highlighting the unclear future of how your constituents will source their dogs if a ban is passed here in Pinellas. So allow me to address that valid concern. As of right now, there are actually 79 municipalities that have passed or that have adopted similar bans across the state of Florida. It is worth noting that 73% of these bans were passed in communities without pet stores, virtually accomplishing nothing. So what did these bans accomplish, and how many animals did they actually help? I provided you with a complete outline of answers to those questions because it is so crucial for this commission to be made aware of the fact that these bans did not accomplish what they set out to. California is a good example of what long-term effects would look like after enacting a pet retail sales ban. Referring to a case study done by the National Animal Interest Alliance, some concluding points of this case study were: 1, the ban promoted the sale of black market dogs. 2, it reduced the availability of healthy dogs of the quality and type of what the public wants. 3, it deprived state and local governments of taxes and licensing fees from above-ground legally operated businesses. 4, unregulated rescues and shelters that are approved to sell dogs under the California retail sales ban, routinely import dogs from foreign countries where vet care is non-existent, where serious, even lethal zoonotic diseases are endemic. This negates public health safety and welfare concerns. Well-documented unintended consequences of these retail sales bans are an increase in online pet scams, backyard breeders proliferating, retail rescues, illegal pet importation, and pet laundering schemes. If you're concerned about underground operations, well, what do we think will happen when we take away the supply but the demand remains? Anyone can claim prohibition is a better consumer protection practice than regulation, but history will tell you a different story. That's why it's so important to support the regulation-based ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. Kaylin Nielsen, followed by Haley Love. Kaylin? Good morning.
Hi, my name is Kayla Nielsen. I reside in Pasco County, and I've been working in Pinellas County for 2 years now. I'm here to talk to you about Retail Rescue. Retail Rescue is a business model that takes advantage of the unsuspecting public and misrepresents the purchase of purposely bred animals from breeders, stores, wholesalers as a rescue effort. We are here today because the opposition claims commercial breeding of any kind is inhumane, and Pinellas County should not encourage that practice by allowing pet stores to sell commercially bred puppies. Meanwhile, rescue groups have spent $2.68 million in donations supporting commercial breeders by buying pregnant females and puppies from auction. This practice has created a huge underground market. Some breeders are now breeding animals specifically for auction due to the fact that rescues are purchasing them at higher rates than anyone spending their own money could afford. In one instance, a single rescuer using donation money purchased 2 Cavalier King Charles Spaniels for $24,200. Breeders are now making a huge profit off of any animal they auction because rescue groups are battling for the highest bid against each other, looking to cash in on a purebred animal. To sum that up, rescues are buying what they want, not what needs to be rescued. Quoted directly from SNAFU Rescue, we strive to maintain a confidential and professional relationship with all of our breeder contacts. We will never name a breeder or share breeders' information. If any pet store ever said anything like this, I cannot imagine the backlash that would shortly follow. The definition of an animal rescue group is a group who takes unwanted, abandoned, abused, or stray pets and attempts to find suitable homes for them. Due to lack of oversight, this is now morphed, in some cases, into an unregulated retail outlet. These retail rescues can pop up as quickly as a 501c3 application allows. No pre-inspection, no licensing, no transparency, and no oversight. This behavior resembles the practices that are falsely linked to pet retail stores. Allowing for this over-regulation of the visible, law-abiding, tax-paying businesses while completely exempting those operating under these terms is creating a monopoly. There's no need for double standards. One will do just fine. Please support the regulation-based ordinance, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go through Tina Klein, Elaine Galbraith. All right. Did I call your name? No. All right, did you sign up? Yeah, I was just here. What's your name? Haley Love. Okay, I'm sorry. Please come forward. I'm sorry. Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
It's okay. Hello, County Commissioners. My name is Haley Love, and I've been a part of the All About Puppies family for 5 years and currently hold degrees in marketing and communications as well as psychology. I would like to begin by showing you propaganda obtained from the opposition regarding how aspects of pet retail have been purposely skewed in order to support false pretenses supported by animal rights extremists. The source of this information and how it was used and obtained have been provided to you. Let's start with one of the most frequently used images by these animal rights groups, claiming that this is where your mother of your pet store puppy comes from. This photo, when I traced the origin of it, actually was tied back to a breeding facility in Waco, Texas, which was investigated in 2009, nearly 12 years ago. Please note that this breeding facility that was investigated was not USDA licensed and did not sell to pet stores. This image is also shown pretty commonly, and this is actually from a Vietnamese dog market, which is photographed in 2014. And this was just used on May 6th, I want to say. This image has also been shown, commonly referring to as where pet store puppies come from. However, this image actually came from a kennel in Nancy, Kansas, who is also not USDA licensed and who also did not sell to pet stores.
Further, in terms of credibility, it is important to note that the Humane Society of the United States has launched this national campaign to put an end to puppy mills. But according to their own research, which I have also provided to you, there has not been a significant decrease in the amount of puppy mills since the first state ban in 2017. Across the board, the deceptive practices used by animal rights groups are continuous. At this point, we must ask ourselves, what kind of just or logically sound argument can only be supported by manipulated and false information? Not to mention, our family has been relentlessly harassed for over 6 years. We have been secretly filmed and harassed in our workplaces. We have been attacked repeatedly and slandered across the internet, including extremists posting our owner, a 79-year-old woman's address, on the internet. We have also been defamed in this very room with outdated and false information, and in the most disturbing instance, a member of our staff was told to kill herself. The eye-opening moment for me was that an animal rights group, who is supposed to be the voice of the animals that we speak of today, posted online that, quote-unquote, being euthanized would be better for them than the life that they have, referring to the animals that we love and support every single day. That alone reflects the radical views the opposition holds pertaining to this subject, which is why the truth about the matter is of utmost importance. In sum, these photos that are seemingly shoved everywhere are shown to you because they elicit an emotional response. You look at that and you think, I would never support that. But what they don't show you is these photos. These are our breeders and their puppies, and them holding their puppies, playing in grass. These are their kennels, not the stacked wired cages that they often show you, that are from 2010, and so forth. I've also provided a lot of photos to you guys. But what we stand for is the truth, and I appreciate you guys for taking the time to listen to us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 folks that are representing groups, and they will have 10 minutes, provided that they have their group still here. Dan Cohn, Alexandria Julian, and Martha Bowden. Dan Cohn.
All the people here?
Dan Cohn, do you have Alexa Mondazzi, Asti Loof, Chase Edsel, and Carson Sanders with you?
Just stand up for a sec.
All right, thank you very much. You'll have 10 minutes, sir.
I'd like to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to be represented here today, and I wanted to let you know a little bit about us. Sunshine Puppies is family owned and operated. We've been in the industry for 20 years, and we deal with some of the best breeders out there. They're not the top 1% of the USDA. That doesn't exist. They're some of the best breeders out there because we have vetted them. All of our puppies come from an organization called Pinnacle Pet that also vets them. At the end of the day, I think it's really important that we all think about what it is we're trying to accomplish here. And yes, I'm addressing you, but I'm really also talking to the activists behind me. The goal was to shut down puppy mills. They're not shutting down puppy mills. Puppy mills are actually flourishing. As Austin said earlier, the 5 states that have bans, you can Google, and it's in the packet that I gave you guys. If you Google puppies for sale in California, pages come up of websites selling puppies in California without regulation, without oversight of any kind. If you ask, well, they're telling you that all of our babies come from puppy mills. For sure, there's just no other way. There is another way, and the answers are all right in front of us, and they know the answers as well. If you go into our pet shops, and I'm taking the liberty to speak a little bit also about All About Puppies and the other pet shops that are there because I know them. And I don't know them personally, I just know their business models, and they know mine. If you go in there, you're gonna find about 85 to 90% of the dogs in there are AKC registered from the American Kennel Club, which is, if it's not the most respected club in the United States, it is worldwide the most respected kennel club in the world by far. The other thing you're gonna find is a lot of dogs with champions in their bloodlines. And what that means is, and it's in the folder, guys, those are dogs that in their lineage have been shown professionally at shows and won shows for different categories. Puppy mills are not showing their dogs. There are no champions in puppy mill dogs. Right? Lastly, I would say that the OFA, the Orthopedic Foundation for Animal, again in the packet, it's an organization that essentially does testing on bloodlines to see, let's say, hip dysplasia is a bloodline indigenous to have hip dysplasia. Puppy mills aren't testing for that either because unfortunately they are inbreeding, crossbreeding, and overbreeding. At the end of the day, if shutting down every pet shop would shut down every puppy mill, then I'd be for shutting down every single pet shop. No problem. But that's not what is happening. It's actually the complete opposite is what's happening. The businesses are closing, and business as usual. Actually, business is increased for the puppy mills. You've heard several people mention today that rescues and their affiliation with these puppy mills. The thing is, when they ask you to Google puppy mill, what you're going to see is appalling. It's appalling to everyone in this room, and it's probably appalling to like 99.9% of society, and we agree with it. To the same degree, if you do Google, and I did it in this packet, and it's in there for you guys, number one buyers at the puppy mill auctions, it is the rescues. And it is because they go unregulated completely. A lot of statements get made without proving, without any kind of proof. So I've told you some reasons why my dogs aren't puppy mill dogs. I've told you about the OFA, I've told you about the AKC, and I've told you about Champions and Bloodlines. Well, forget what I've told you. Tracy Miller from the city of Largo the city of Largo appointed her to get a little commission together. They went through every single one of our breeders, including All About Puppies. You can ask Alexandria when she comes up if you'd like. I think they did her, because they did every pet shop. They didn't have any negative results across the board, none. But yet, organizations like CAPS, which again, their goal is to close puppy mills, but they're not closing puppy mills, they're closing the stores. They did a report, a video that you guys, I just overheard, got today, again, a second time. In that video, 2 things were said about Sunshine Puppies. Only 2 things. My gut tells me that the validity of those things for the other shops is also probably not very valid based on what I know. They said Dan Cohn, Sunshine Puppies, selling puppies illegally from unlicensed breeders. It's completely false. It's on the record. They can come and sue me. It's completely false because Largo set up a ban on hobby breeders, which are some of the best breeders, and that's a whole nother day and a whole nother debate, but they set up a ban on those hobby breeders, which are unlicensed breeders, that would take effect on December 31st. They said I was selling them illegally when I wasn't at the time. The next thing they said was that I get my dogs from a particular kennel, I think in Texas. You'll see the video. I've never bought one dog from that kennel ever. And you can ask Tracy Miller from the city of Largo, and she'll tell you she's seen all my breeders' lists. And by the way, this is not a list that I just wrote up out of my own little convenience and said, oh, here's what I think you should see. No, this was actually health certificate lists of every dog I've purchased since the day, I think it was since the day I had opened here in Largo. The control is there. The regulations are there. In reference to the puppy mills, if the animal rights activists, and I've invited them every single time I've spoken in public, to come talk to me. Let's put together a committee. Let's us on the side, unofficially, let's say, hey, why don't we get $100 for every dog that is sold and put together a fund that then could go to lobbyists that would actually battle the USDA, which is a huge war to be won, but no one's interested. I'm very, very transparent. The location I have in Clearwater, I'm sure you guys have all seen it, and if you haven't, please drive by it. You'll notice that my exam room is in the very front of the store with the glass there so that you can see our vet. I'm probably one of very few veterinarians in the United States that the veterinarian that I have contracted, I represent over 98% of her medical practice. That's the level of care my babies get. Last year alone, I spent well over $150,000 on regular vet care, guys, from syringes to vaccines to our veterinarian. We spend tons of money to make sure our babies are as healthy as possible. Do they get sick? The answer is yes. Do we quarantine if we have to? The answer is yes. And if they need medical attention, do they get it? The answer is yes. Are there abusive pet shops out there? The answer is yes, there are. I have no affiliation with the other 5 stores, well, with the other 4 stores that are in Pinellas County. I guarantee you none of them are being abusive because they really are being looked at with oversight. We are not against further oversight and continued oversight. I would love to see that. I have no issues with it. I had a lot of things in this book that I really wanted to talk to you guys about, but the people really motivated me to speak. And I think it's important that they're all heard You know, they all really want to do the right thing. They all really want to close down the puppy mills. So do the pet shops. But I don't think all the people have always been heard. Because typically when you go from city to city, closing down pet shops, what they're doing, All About Puppies, one of the representatives touched on it. They'll go to a city or a town where there are no pet shops. They will show the commission, look, this is what puppy mills are. And the puppy mill, the commissioners are called, as they should be. A vote is banned, a ban is voted in, and we move on. Well, you all know as politicians, that's called low-hanging fruit. So you collect all the fruit, and then you come somewhere where there is opposition. So you can tell that council, the people have spoken. Here it is. And then hopefully even more so when you get to the state level, the people have spoken. The majority of the cities, towns, municipalities, counties that have bans didn't have pet shops in them. Someone else has spoken. Someone that you oversee. The city of Largo got together, and not only did they have several hearings, they had a round table. Sorry. They had a round table, and they made a vote on that, and they grandfathered us in. One of my highest recommendations would be to not grandfather us in. One of my highest recommendations would be to limit the number of pet sale licenses in the county, period. Instead of, because if you just grandfather them in, as people pass away, die, or go out of business, they'll go down. And eventually, you'll find yourself in a California situation. It will happen. That being said, the only other thing I can say to you is, when it comes to people being heard, we took a proactive approach. In your packet, the last 26 pages have 613 signatures, all for the pet shops. I'm not saying this should be ignored. I'm saying that together we can come up with the right solutions. Together we can do the right things. And reach out to Tracy Miller from the city of Largo. She's been on top of all of our backs in a good way all the time. So it's not the whole story, if that makes sense. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions now, later, tomorrow, I am totally here for you. Do you want the original signatures, or do you want just the copy that each of you have in the back of your folder?
The folder's fine.
All right. If you request original, just let me know. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Alexandria Julian. And do you have Ian Julian, Travis Blackwell, Carly May, and Cameron Molinelli? All right.
She's at 3.
Thank you.
They're hiding.
Okay.
Hey, can you hold on one moment, please? Because I.
There you go.
Right. Go ahead.
Thank you. So it's going to be hard to follow so many passionate speakers, but my name is Alexandria Julian. My family owns All About Puppies in Largo. I've been an animal advocate my entire life. I was raised doing this. I work alongside commercial responsible breeders every single day. Basically, what I wanted to discuss today is that since 2016, I've kind of made it a mission to understand the inner workings of the regulations, federal, state, and local regulations that commercial breeders must adhere to, that we do buy from. And I wanted to touch on just a few notes. The Inspector General of the USDA conducted 2 audits. We're all kind of made aware of that. On APHIS, that's the federal regulating body over commercial breeders. These audits took place in 2010 and in 2021. I provided you with an outline, so if you can kind of reference the form. The 2010 audit was focused on problematic dealers, while the 2021 audit, the whole objective was to follow up on the 2010 audit and evaluate the adequacy of APHIS controls to ensure breeder compliance. So I provided you with that outline of the ordinance and the whereas section that is being suggested, just so you could see a comparison to what the audit reads from 2021. 7 out of 10 of the findings on the ordinance being presented were from the audit conducted 12 years ago. I also provided you with the Exhibit B from the 2021 audit, outlining that all those recommendations from the Inspector General in the 2010 audit had been fully implemented. So this means that all those concerns from 2010 were fully addressed. The next whereas section of the ordinance outlines the Inspector General summary of the 2021 audit,
Please note this is pertaining to unlicensed breeders. This is specifically talking about breeders not holding a license by the USDA. I'm so sorry. Their effort moving forward is going to be to establish a better system for evaluating those complaints and engage for people that are engaging in regulated activities without a license. These new measures have been in place since 2021. You can also find that in the audit. I provided the document in a yellow folder. So for us in our store, this is a non-issue. All of our breeders are licensed and compliant by the USDA, and they do exceed those guidelines. And so I want to kind of get into what other regulations are these breeders adhering to. So we have the Animal Welfare Act, which is the federal guidelines. Is there anything else that's overseeing these breeders? The answer is yes. There was a question that was asked the other day about why aren't pet stores sourcing dogs from local breeders. There's only 3 licensed breeders in the state of Florida, and currently the state of Florida does not have any higher regulation than the Animal Welfare Act, which is the federal guidelines. So states like Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Ohio, the Midwest states have the highest breeder standards. These areas that they focus on are like kennel size, exercise requirements, veterinary programs, etc. These states have higher animal welfare regulations than any other states in the country. So from an ethical sourcing standpoint, again, I work with my breeders every single day, there's more safeguards in place purchasing from those states than any other states. That's cool. Although cumbersome, I would recommend that you look further into these audits. Reading the 2010 audit versus the 2021 audit makes me very proud because it really shows how much this industry has evolved in 12 years. What I really wanted you guys to pull from today was that this isn't a stagnant industry. We're ever evolving. We're always changing. We're always doing what needs to be done for the animals, but as you learn, you grow. We are very proud of the breeders that we work alongside, and they help us provide the quality of pets that we provide to our community every day. As a whole, we shouldn't be judged on the 10-year-old photos or the 12-year-old audits. As Maya Angelou once said, when we know better, we do better. And then to just touch on a couple things that I had seen that people were concerned about. Hillsborough County's ordinance did work. Hillsborough County's ordinance was fully enforceable. We abided by that ordinance for 3 years, and we never had a single complaint. We never had a single violation. None of the licensed stores in that county had any issue with the regulation-based ordinance that was in place. There was an underground breeder that was operating a facility that animal control knew about from 1994, I believe. That's the facility that was shut down and in turn was used to shut down pet retail stores. She did not have a license under that ordinance. So that's a completely separate issue and actually kind of shows, what the unregulated side of this looks like. The CAPS video we already addressed. It's very disheartening to see information be picked apart to fulfill an agenda. If you guys have any questions pertaining to that, please reach out at any time. Very much like previous speakers had said, we have no issue addressing those concerns at any time. It's been said that we may not be aware of where our puppies are coming from. I visit all of our breeders personally. So I've visited in 2016, visited in 2019, hope to visit again here soon, but the pandemic kind of put everything on a hold. I know exactly where our puppies are coming from. We know exactly where our puppies are coming from and exactly how these animals are being cared for, and that is their moms and dads, even though obviously the puppies are all loved and stuff, but I think the very big concern that people have are how's mom, how's dad? They're being taken care of. They are happy, they are healthy, and to be honest, they have better health care than I do. So the statements that are being tossed around, it may have been a distant version of the truth 10, 15 years ago. That's not what's happening right now. And then the other comment about it's all about money or greed, I can tell you right now, we don't do this because of money. All of our money goes back into our animals. We do this because we have a passion for what we do. We've been dealing with these ordinances for about 6 years now, plus, and we continue fighting them because what we're doing is right. So we want to make sure that kind of gets portrayed here today. Oh, gets emotional. Anyway, so all in all, we and our breeders are supportive of the regulation-based ordinance. I would like to meet with Director, Brightwell, to get some clarification on some minor parts of the ordinance. But all in all, we'll be able to be in compliance with it. And if you guys have any questions at all, I'm here.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Next up, another group speaker, Martha Bowden. And do you have Dara Eckhart, Dan Hester, Emily Kane, and Dave Palouf?
Yes, Dan Hester is joining us via Zoom.
Okay. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martha Bowden. I'm the CEO at SPCA Tampa Bay. I am here representing the nonprofit animal welfare leadership in Pinellas County. That includes Humane Society of Pinellas, Friends of Strays, Pet Pal Animal Shelter, and Managing and Ending Overpopulation Wisely Now, also known as Meow Now. We are all independent charitable organizations. We're supported by donors in this community. We don't receive any government funding, and there's no parent organization that provides us support. We exist because this community wants to live in a place where every animal matters. Most of our organizations have been supporting this pet-loving community for decades. Collectively, we employ over 150 animal welfare professionals, from kennel cleaners to intake and adoption counselors, veterinary technicians, and veterinarians. Our volunteer ranks total more than 1,000 people. Our agencies have cared for hundreds of thousands of pets and their families since the oldest organization was founded in 1940. Just last year alone, our organizations assisted over 15,000 animals and the people who care about them. It really has been, for a long time, a source of frustration to this combined leadership team, to our staff, and to our supporters that this community is the home of so many stores that promote the retail sale of puppies. This community is incredibly pet-friendly. I think it's evidenced today. Yet we allow local businesses to market a pet acquisition process that supports the well-documented abuses that arise from the mass production of puppies. In fact, these businesses are helping to create the demand for mass-produced puppies by misrepresenting what has happened to those animals, their parents, and their siblings before they even arrived at the store. As is thoroughly documented in the comprehensive presentation put together by Pinellas County Animal Services staff, there's just no justification for supporting the retail sale of puppies in these stores. The systems on which these stores depend are not designed to ensure the well-being of the animals that they are transporting, marketing, and selling. The information on several of the slides from Animal Services make a compelling case for stopping the retail sale of puppies. It talks about minimal standards being in place and minimal enforcement. Violations are not cited or documented properly. Little is really being done to enforce the Animal Welfare Act. APHIS is not really able to ensure humane treatment of animals per the USDA-IG, and the Florida Department of Agriculture provides virtually no support to animals coming in from out of state or families who purchase a sick puppy. We, the leaders of this county's nonprofit animal welfare agencies, do believe the right decision is to work with the existing stores that are selling puppies to shut down their puppy sales over the next 12 months and shift their focus to providing the pet-owning community with essential supplies and services. The stores can also identify staff members like PetSmart and Petco have, who would work as a liaison to our organizations to develop programs that can support the more than 40 animals arriving at shelters every day in our community. Let me say that again. 40 new animals every day coming to shelters in our community. We understand that there's a desire to provide the consumer with adequate choices when they're looking to add a dog to their family. Steering someone to a shelter might mean that they will not quickly be able to find the exact breed of dog they feel will be the best fit for their family. While there are responsible breeders in this community and elsewhere who will sell puppies directly to interested families rather than through a store, they produce puppies much more slowly and more thoughtfully. This approach is clearly better for the animals, but it also means a new owner would likely have to wait. Do you know what? Waiting gives us time. Time as a community to have this important discussion with prospective pet owners, the discussion about ensuring that your new puppy wasn't produced by a breeder who forces their animals to live in lonely, agonizing, painful squalor. Just because you want a specific puppy today doesn't justify the mass production of puppies that results in fear, pain, disease, neglect, and cruelty. We also understand that businesses have a right to operate and make a profit. Clearly, selling puppies has some amount of profit, or we wouldn't see so many stores in our county. I think it's telling that as communities around Pinellas County prohibited the retail sale of puppies, the number of puppy store sales in our community actually grew. This is the most densely populated county in Florida, however. I hear that every day, I think. New people are arriving every day, and many of them are coming with their pets. They're ready to celebrate the fact that they've landed in paradise with their entire family. There is plenty of opportunity for these stores to support pet lovers with supplies and services, cultivating a lifetime relationship with those puppies. They don't need to sell puppies to attract pet lovers. They're all here. We believe all these pet store operators could actually increase their customer traffic considerably by taking a stand against the inhumane breeding, transporting, and selling of puppies. A single pet sale just represents an individual transaction, but a lifetime relationship with a customer is likely to be a lot more lucrative. I've spoken to several newly arrived residents who are actually somewhat horrified to see that the retail sale of puppies still happens in their new home. And data has shown that many of the puppies that are being sold in Pinellas County are being purchased by people outside the county. So the stores aren't even providing a service to local residents much of the time, or creating families who purchase supplies and services from Pinellas County retailers, veterinarians, groomers, and the like. We are really fortunate in Pinellas County to have a leadership team at Animal Services that believes in the value of collaboration and partnerships. All our organizations enjoy a very productive relationship with Doug Brightwell and his staff. It may surprise you to know that many communities don't have such a collaborative alliance between their municipal and their nonprofit animal welfare agencies. This commitment to collaboration comes from our shared understanding that we can do so much more for animals and the people who love them by working together. You can see the impact of our collaboration throughout the community. Through this collaboration, we watched as Doug's team did a very thorough, thoughtful review of the retail sales of pets in our county. They are the agency responsible for dealing with the local pet stores. They see firsthand how difficult it is to ensure the humane treatment of puppies sold in this manner. We believe the data compiled by Animal Services makes a compelling case to end the retail sales of puppies in Pinellas County. This will allow all our organizations, including the Animal Services team, to focus on meaningful programs that can make Pinellas County an even better place to live for pets, for pet lovers, and the hundreds of businesses, from supply stores to veterinarians, groomers, pet sitters, and more, who provide essential products and services to our community. The stores that are currently marketing mass-produced puppies have an opportunity to be a part of the solution to humane pet acquisition, rather than marketing a reality, humanely raised, mass-produced puppies, that simply does not exist. Let's guide them to use their considerable marketing capabilities to help organizations like ours and Animal Services care for the thousands of animals already in this community who need help finding homes and staying in those homes. We can build on that collaboration. I heard a lot of interest in collaboration. Build on that collaboration to work together on meeting the demand for dogs in a humane, compassionate way that reflects this community's deep love of animals. The solution will likely include shelters, responsible breeders, pet supply stores, and the veterinary profession. Together, we can do so much more to make Pinellas County an even better place to live. I and the other leaders of these animal welfare organizations would be happy to take any questions now or in the future to assist the commissioners with their deliberation.
Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
We have one more for 3 minutes. Amanda Rudebrush. You come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm just going to get set up for just a second. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Amanda Bush. I reside in Hillsborough County, but my family's business, All About Puppies, is located here in Largo. I would like to read to you a news article that was released yesterday. This incident happened in South Carolina. South Carolina authorities said they have arrested the CEO of a local animal rescue nonprofit after they found multiple dogs and cats dead inside her home. Richland County deputies said Caroline was arrested after she turned herself in this month. She's charged with 30 counts of ill treatment of animals. Investigators said on May 22nd, they responded to a welfare check at her home in Columbia after the caller stated there was a smell of death emanating from her residence. Once deputies arrived, they found 28 dogs and 2 cats decomposing and located in cages and crates. They believe the animals had been deceased for a significant amount of time and died due to dehydration and starvation. They were lying in their own waste, and it is believed that they died in cages and had not been moved prior to being discovered, authorities said in a statement to Fox television stations. Deputies removed the animals. It's appalling and it's heartbreaking, Richland County Sheriff Leon Lott said in his statement. Lott called this one of the worst cases of animal cruelty he's ever seen. Caroline is the CEO and director of a nonprofit animal rescue named Growl. Authorities said she's also employed by the Kershaw County Humane Society.
Growl is a registered 501c3 nonprofit organization. Investigators ask that anyone who made any documented donations to Growl in the last 12 months notify the sheriff's office. That's the end of the article. Here, I have the USDA Blue Book for commercial breeders to abide by. Here, I have the Missouri law and regulations for breeders to abide by. There's also Kansas, Ohio, several other states have those as well. Here, I have the Florida law on dogs and cats that only pet retailers have to abide by. Here, I have the City of Largo ordinance that 2 of your pet stores in your county have to abide by. Here, I have the proposed ordinance that you all are wanting to hopefully move forward with today, regulation-based. And here, I have what rescues are supposed to abide by, state and federal. It's not small font, it's nothing. Nothing. So, I trust all of this a lot more than I trust this. And here I have a list of different rescues and in the state of Florida that have been cited for cruelty or negligence just in the past couple of years. You're more than welcome to look through it if you'd like. It's quite appalling that they think this is better than what we deal with when we go and we visit and we see it all the time. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We'll now go to our Zoom attendees. Rick Diedrich, if you are on Zoom, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone. Jennifer Hobgood? Anne Marie Cancio? All right, Anne Marie, if you'll raise your hand, we'll unmute you. You might have to unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go. We can hear you.
All right, very good. Thank you so much. My name is Anne Marie Cancio, and I am an animal advocate and volunteer from New Tampa. But today I'm actually calling from Belo Horizonte, Brazil, where I am currently living and studying for a few months. I decided to skip class this morning to be able to call in via Zoom on this very important issue. Briefly, the point that I would like to make in the next 3 minutes is that even if the USDA's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, APHIS, were 100% efficient in their enforcement of the Animal Welfare Act, so even if they were 100% efficient in catching all violations of the AWA, this would not stop the inhumane treatment of the animals in these breeding facilities for the simple reason that the minimal care standards are themselves incredibly inhumane for anyone who I believe has an ounce of compassion and benevolence towards animals. And these are just rhetorical questions that I would like to ask the board, and then conclude with a call to action, if I may. How can a lifetime of standing on wire floor cages be humane? For those animals kept in outdoor enclosures, how can hours worth of exposure to heat and bitter cold be humane? And for those in indoor enclosures, how can never seeing the sunlight be humane? How can spending one's only life in a cage, measuring no more than 6 inches above, below, and all sides be humane? How can being forcibly bred every time one is fertile be humane? It simply boggles the mind that all these conditions are 100% allowable and acceptable for dogs, cats, and rabbits under the minimal care standards in the Animal Welfare Act. And these are the very dogs, cats, and rabbits that are currently being sold by retail stores in Pinellas. And this is why I am here today virtually, namely to ask you to end this practice by banning the retail sale of cats, dogs, and rabbits in Pinellas, and by refusing to grandfather existing pet stores who are selling these animals obtained from inhumane USDA licensed breeding facilities. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Marilyn Weaver. All right, I don't see. I do see Jennifer Hobgood. Jennifer, if you'll raise your hand. if you'll unmute yourself, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Hopgood. I am based in Tallahassee. I serve as the Senior Director of State Legislation for the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. The ordinance that has been proposed today to prevent new stores while allowing the practice of selling dogs and cats at retail to continue in existing stores, we believe fails to address the central problem, the puppy mill pipeline that trucks cruelly bred animals into Pinellas, into the community. And on behalf of our thousands of Pinellas County supporters, we urge you to pass a clear, effective law that would definitively prohibit the sale of dogs and cats throughout the county in all stores. We are grateful that the board is considering this issue today, and that the board can consider this issue. If retail puppy sellers had their way, the board wouldn't have the authority today to address this matter in your community. And that's because over the past 5 years, a small band of retail puppy store operators have pushed state preemption legislation in Tallahassee. And working alongside others, including local government associations, ASPCA has worked year after year at the Capitol to stop these harmful amendments and bills, these preemption attempts, and protect home rule on this issue. We wanted to make sure you're aware of that as you consider this important matter. Public information clearly shows that puppies sold at retail in Florida come from puppy mills. Our staff recently analyzed more than 5,000 puppy import reports from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and we found that in just 16 months, more than 12,000 puppies were imported for sale in these stores. And they were basically all from puppy mills, but 80% came from just 5 Midwestern states that have the highest concentration of puppy mills in the U.S. So that means they're coming from over 1,500 miles away, from Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, Iowa, Kansas. Those kinds of stores had the highest concentration, and those are where they're coming from into Florida. And so the USDA, as you heard in the presentation, is not safeguarding the welfare of animals in these facilities. And the regulations in the proposal before you today would do nothing to address the cruel sources of these puppies or stop puppy mill cruelty. The poor breeding conditions in this broken puppy mill system often lead to contagious and hereditary illnesses in puppies, as you've heard, and of course the suffering of the breeding dogs. Retail sales of puppies in stores create a demand for a product that they can only meet by inhumane sources, because responsible breeders do not sell their puppies to stores for resale. They meet the family, the puppy is sold into a family, and they're there to support the sale during the dog's life. Stores often market their puppies to consumers as healthy and from responsible breeders, but it's far from the truth, and we've analyzed the data that demonstrates that. And we sent you a letter with a link to that report. So as you know, in Florida, consumers often report buying puppies that later become sick, which can burden the consumer with thousands of dollars in veterinary bills, in addition to these expensive, often thousands of dollars in purchase prices that can also be accompanied by high interest rate financing. And the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services routinely receives consumer complaints related to sick puppies purchased from pet stores. So we just wanted to take a moment on behalf of our Pinellas County residents to thank you for the opportunity to comment and respectfully ask you to adopt an ordinance to shut down the puppy mill pipeline into Pinellas County. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Laura Weiss. Laura Weiss, if you'll raise your hand in the Zoom app. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Hi, my name is Laura Weiss, and I live in Manatee County. Thank you for taking my call. I've been volunteering at the Humane Society of Manatee County for the past 4 years, and before that I volunteered at Tampa Bay Humane Society for years. Pleading with the commissioners of Pinellas County to vote yes for the ban on the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits in pet stores. The shelters in this area are full of unwanted pets already. Many times people surrender their pets at the shelter because of behavioral issues, unaffordable and unexpected cost of health care. Puppies are not vaccinated at the puppy mills. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the good reasons. Puppies are prone to congenital and hereditary conditions. Parvo and epilepsy, illness, disease, and behavioral issues are all common problems with dogs that come from the puppy mills. And retail stores can pay as little as $75 for a puppy and resell it to the public for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. Puppy mills are dog breeding factories that put profit ahead of dog welfare. Currently, there are more than 80 local governments in Florida that have already passed ordinances banning the sale of dogs and cats in pet stores. I'm also opposed to the ordinance that pet store owners have the right to sell their stores, which means the puppy mills continue to stay in business, and there should absolutely be no grandfathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gwen Burley, if you'll raise your hand in the Zoom application. Unmute. You have 3 minutes to address the board.
Greetings. My name is Gwen Burley. I'm coming in from Brevard County on the East Coast. I'm here to support rabbits, which is why I'm calling from so far away. I support the ordinance. I think rabbits should be included as they're the third most popular pet in America, and there should be no grandfathering of existing stores. Like you, probably, I do not want to be taken in by activist propaganda. I also condemn propaganda promoted by the retail stores. Before you vote on this ordinance, I want to present for public awareness the amount of money currently expended on animal welfare in your county. I went to the Florida Department of Agriculture's website and I clicked on Check a Charity. The charities they have to deal in a certain amount of money before they have to report to the state, but anybody can do this. Look up any charity as long as you know the name of it. I got the most recent reports for the Humane Society of Tampa, the Humane Society of Pinellas, the SPCA of Tampa, Friends of Strays, and Suncoast Animal League. The combined revenue for the latest reports on these charities combined $31,162,212. Total combined expenses $23,477,157. Millions of dollars from 5 charities in your county. I would like it to be made public knowledge what your shelter budget has been for the last couple of years. And I would like you to consider how much more money is involved with the small rescues that may or may not have to report. This is a phenomenal amount of money that I think really is a reflection on society and disposable pets. And knowing how much money is involved in this, I'm not sure how you could justify the importation of pets for sale from other states. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay.
Next is Frank Casali. Frank, if you'll raise your hand. Unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Frank Casali. I'm in Clearwater, Florida. I don't think dogs, cats, and rabbits are not commodities to be profited off of. They are our companions. These retail animals are mass-produced and are horribly abused and neglected in puppy mills. These retail animals are terribly cared for at pet stores in which the animals are sent to from these puppy mills. As a result, many of these purchased animals are sickly from their abuse and neglected. We must stop the cruelty now. I support a full retail ban on dogs, cats, and rabbits with no grandfathering whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Nina Perino. Nina, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Nina, you need to unmute. There you
Okay.
go.
Got it. Okay. Hello, my name is Nina Perino. I live in Palm Harbor, Florida, in Pinellas County. I've lived here since '99. And I just want to fully support the ban on the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits. If you can please include rabbits, it's a huge, huge problem in our state, in our county. It's completely unnecessary, and I don't want any grandfathering that would really just defeat the purpose. As we have seen in the past, the USDA and Animal Services, there's just no staff. They don't enforce and they don't mandate any of these regulations from slaughterhouses to puppy mills. It's just not possible. And I want you to think about our motivations versus the puppy store employee and owners' motivations. What motivations do we have to promote propaganda and to come here today, taking time off of work, school, or whatever you're doing, to plead with you, to urge you to please do the right thing in 2022? It's a long time coming. We need a permanent ban on the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits, and no grandfathering. I wasn't even aware a new pet store opened up that is selling puppies in the last couple of years. It's just an abomination at this point. Our motivations are not for profit. We are volunteers. We are advocates. We only keep the animals in mind. We have no benefit to warrant from this. On the other hand, the other speakers do. Greed and profit. Please make the right decision, and I really appreciate the opportunity that the commissioners have allowed us to speak on this today and brought it on the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Laura Pennington? Laura Pennington? If you'll unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm from Hillsborough County, and I also wanted to speak in support of the pet ban. I used to pass by All About Puppies every single day, going to work and back from work. And one thing that really stood out that I wanted to mention, because I never walked in the store, is just how there are these huge signs. Get a puppy today. Financing available. It was like passing by a payday loan place, and I got a pain in my stomach every time I passed by, thinking about people who can't even afford a few $100s to buy a puppy, and they're trying to rein these people in, get them to buy something that they can't afford, because frankly, buying a puppy is the very beginning of a lifelong commitment. It's like having a kid. You have flea medicine, food, grooming, nail clipping. I mean, I've owned pets all of my life, and it is just the very beginning after that puppy comes home. And on top of that, they deal with animals that are sick, that are not socialized, because they've been kept in cages their whole entire life, so they don't even know how to relate to other animals or humans. And those aren't easily fixable problems. I mean, I've had rescues that came from pet mills, and it's sad. And these people aren't prepared for it. And if you can't afford a few $100s, you can't afford a dog trainer to come in and help you with this. You can't afford all the things to fix it. And so they end up in shelters, and the shelters are overwhelmed, or they end up in parks. And I've found abandoned animals in the park, abandoned rabbits, abandoned cats, from people who just couldn't face it. The shelters are full. They didn't know how to deal with it. It takes time and money doesn't fix everything. You say, well, we'll pay some of your vet bills only up to the cost of the pet. That's just a huge, huge commitment that they're not prepared for. So like the other people, I would really support this pet ban for dogs, cats, and rabbits, and I think it is the best thing for the residents of the community, and I, for one, would be ecstatic if that were to happen. And I appreciate your time, and I really do. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Laura. Judith Seltrick. I don't see you online. Connery Bullard. Isabel Tassi. There you go. If you'll unmute, you'll have 3 minutes. Isabel? Isabel Tassi? All right, sorry. Laura Lee Thomas? Laura Lee, if you'll unmute.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Laura Lee Thomas, and I am a professional breeder located in Whiting, Kansas. I will be sending you each a copy of my testimony, so please feel free to reach out to me, as I would love to visit with you further. I am currently the secretary for our state organization, and I serve on the governor-appointed Pet Animal Advisory Board. I've worked with All About Puppies for 23 years. I choose to sell through them because I value their integrity and trust them to find great homes for our puppies. Opposition will tell you that this is not acceptable. But I would like to share with you from our perspective why it's not only possible, but why it can be very successful and beneficial for your constituents. Our passion and goal is to raise puppies that are healthy, happy, and extraordinary in every way. Working with the pet store allows us to concentrate on healthcare, while the pet store can concentrate on finding them great homes. Opposition wants you to believe that every puppy that comes into your state is unhealthy. However, Florida law requires that every puppy entering your state must have a fecal test done with the results posted on our health certificate. Every vaccination and worming schedule presented with dates given, lot numbers of the vaccinations, and their expiration dates were also needed to be noted. Our veterinarians are required to examine each puppy before sending, and their signatures are on those health certificates. The puppies are checked upon arrival to the store by the store's attending veterinarian. All of this is done to ensure that the puppy has been properly vaccinated and parasite-free before entering your state. Unhealthy puppies will not pass fecal tests. Since puppies cannot talk, their stool is the first place to look for when we observe their health, and it is very normal for pet stores and breeders to work together on this. Professional breeders and the stores that they work with have lines of open communication at all hours of the day. We've been to Florida to visit our stores, and they've been to Kansas to visit us. We work very well together because our goals are aligned in providing your constituents with the ability to choose a healthy puppy in the breed that they're looking for, not just what's available. Opposition will try to tell you that USDA standards are low and considered inhumane. What they fail to understand is that many of these rules are put in place for the purpose of intentionality breeding. The rules that you use for your pet at home cannot be used in a controlled breeding environment where it could be detrimental with the introduction of diseases. Education in any industry is essential before making statements and decisions that you don't know anything about. Your constituents will continue to want a puppy for their family. That will never change. If you ban the regulated pet store, your constituents will be forced to turn to unregulated sources. USDA licensed breeders cannot sell a puppy before 8 weeks of age. How many times have you seen a post online from an unlicensed source letting their litter go at 5 or 6 weeks of age or even before? Banning legal sales of puppies and kittens will force these issues and many more to the surface. Believe it or not, professional breeders don't tolerate substandard breeders either. To be a licensee in Kansas and sell to a store in Florida requires a USDA and state of Kansas license with our inspections passing. Plus, the American Kennel Club runs their own inspection program. The point I want to convey is that banning pet stores from selling intentionally bred animals from a highly regulated industry will not solve the problems that the opposition wants you to believe exist. It will only promote chaos that will come from those unregulated sources.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
After all,
Thank you. Your time is up.
thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Samantha Turetsky. Samantha, if you unmute, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. So my name is Samantha. I'm a resident and homeowner in St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm speaking today to give my wholehearted support to the ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats in Pinellas County without grandfathering in existing pet stores, and in the hopes that I can persuade every commissioner here to support a full ban as well. As Derek Crystal mentioned earlier, 2,500 constituents, including myself in Pinellas County, have signed a petition supporting a full ban with no grandfathering, and this is something that an overwhelming majority of citizens want to see in Pinellas. I'm not there in person today because I'm house sitting for my parents in Daytona Beach, and I'm surrounded by our 5 collective rescue dogs right now. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, but animal rescue is another one of my passions, and I dedicate about 5 to 10 hours a week of my personal time volunteering with local rescues. We're full and constantly scrambling to find foster homes for local dogs, and this wouldn't be necessary if we were to pass this ban and shelters and rescues became a primary source of household pets instead of pet stores supplied by puppy mills, which we've heard a lot about. I also want to address the breed-specific issue that pet stores are emphasizing. There are breed-specific rescues out there that you can find any breed you want. Just like the CEO said earlier of ASPCA, it might require waiting a little bit, but that seems more than worth it to me to ensure that you're not accidentally supporting animal cruelty. So the pet store representatives who have spoken today have mentioned that if they go out of business, people will get their animals from unregulated sources. But we've already heard today with extensive sources and research and support that we know pet stores themselves get animals from unregulated industries, puppy mills. So that doesn't seem like a valid point. And the claims that rescues are trying to make money and profit from these animals is not only absurd, it's because myself and my rescue colleagues miss family gatherings, sleep, social lives, and lots of other things that normal people get to do to dedicate our own free time to help these animals. And I'm sickened by that claim. Like, do they think we want to spend time doing this? I would love to not have to be rescuing at all, but that's not the case, unfortunately, because we're breeding from puppy mills and they're being sold in pet stores. So many people have described the conditions in puppy mills, and I won't repeat that. I just want you to imagine your own pets, if you have any, who I'm sure you love and treat as family members, trapped in these conditions, isolated, no human contact, sick, in pain, diseased, ill, babies ripped away from them over and over their entire lives. And if you feel bad leaving your own pets alone for an 8-hour workday, imagine if this was their entire life. And this reality, this is the same for cats and rabbits trapped in mills as well. All of the things we're talking about today apply for cats and rabbits, so I would love to see a ban on the retail sale of rabbits as well. So there's countless stories of local unsuspecting consumers buying puppies from pet stores, becoming attached to their new family member, and then suffering the heartbreak when that puppy gets sick, which happens very often, costing all this money in vet bills, or in many cases dying.
Samantha, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you very much. I want to try Isabel one more time. You're unmuted. You have 3 minutes. All right, I'm sorry, Isabel. We'll move on. Greg Pound, please come forward, introduce yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Commissioners, sitting here all this time waiting to speak at Citizens Be Heard, so I figured I'd say something about the dog issues and puppies and taking care of them. And I was doing some reading. It says when a puppy or a dog has to walk on the pavement or any hot asphalt, like you see the owners have them, and it's burning the bottom of their feet, it would be just like a human being walking outside on the asphalt, and they don't even know it. And so I was thinking about maybe going into business of making shoes for dogs. And I might take it to the legislature and have them enforce that, because they say the largest hospital now in Los Angeles is a vet hospital for animals, veterinarian hospital, because the American people aren't having children anymore. The pets are people's children. They're like their babies. And so some of the inhumane things that are going on that the people are doing to these poor little pets, like one is having them walk outside barefooted on hot asphalt and pavement, that needs to be dealt with. I mean, we really should look into this because it's really out of control. And I was just thinking how, you know, there's some kind of relationship between animals and people. And if you've ever owned a pet, you would know this. You know, when Christ was here, he said to a woman, she came and wanted her daughter healed. And he said to her, he said, I don't think it's right for me to take the children's food and cast it to the dogs. And she said, don't the dogs eat the crumbs that fall from the master's table? And, when you spell God backwards, you get the word dog. And it's the intent that people without God live like dogs. So the association and the relationship is pretty close to humans without God and dogs. They kind of cohabitate together, live alike. And so I just want to say, we should do something seriously about our next generation of pets and animals, because they are the next generation of our children. So thank you very much for what you're doing to help everyone and deal with this issue, and I hope we can get it straightened out and look out for the welfare of the animals. Thank you.
That's all the cards I have. Commissioners, it is 12:15. We talked about taking a lunch break. Would you like to take a lunch break, come back and deliberate?
Yes,
All right. We're going to be in recess until 12:45.
thank you.
And Commissioners, we're on agenda item number 8. Mr. Brightwell, why don't you come up and join us?
I have a blanket in my office.
Commissioners, is there questions or discussion? Mr. Seal.
Just one question for clarification, and I think I already know the answer. But, so the pet stores, as commercial establishments, could buy from a local hobby breeder?
They are required to buy from a USDA licensed
Oh, they are
breeder.
required to buy from a USDA license, okay.
I believe so, yes.
So the hobby breeders are only subject to small regulations that we put into place, not?
Yes, yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Because I know I had one email from someone saying, was this going to apply to them? And I
No,
just
hobby
wanted to make
breeders are
sure that
excluded.
was very clear.
And we did get some clarifying language on that.
Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Eggers.
Yeah. Well, first of all, obviously, this is a very important issue for,
Yes, sir.
for a lot of us. Those of us who care about businesses and those of us who care about dogs. And not to
And cats.
belittle cats or rabbits. I have a dog and a cat, so, just for the record. But we're here primarily talking about the dogs, I guess, because, well, anyway, we've got the ordinance that takes care of both.
Yes, sir.
Being proposed. So a couple of comments that have been made today about all or many of the dogs that come to our stores here are from puppy mills. That a vast number of them come from puppy mills. And the definition of a breeder versus a puppy mill, I'm assuming there's a gray area in there that becomes, that good breeders become puppy mills, or not become, but there's a transition between the two arenas. And how do you describe that? And also, how do we know that they're coming from puppy mills? How do we know?
Well, that's why we just tend to stay away from the term puppy mill. We are looking at this as pet stores buy their pets to sell from commercially bred, commercial breeders who breed dogs or cats just specifically for the purpose of selling them. And they are licensed by the USDA. We don't want to get into the subjectivity of puppy mills, not puppy mills. Are you an A breeder or a B breeder or a C breeder? We aren't there to inspect those. The USDA has the responsibility of inspecting those, and in some states apparently have those internal programs as well to inspect them. We just have to depend on the system and the information that we have access to.
So do we have a way to, now you've got a store here that, has 100 dogs that they sell, and we know where they're coming from. Do we have a way to understand the complaints against the stores, the places that are selling them to the locations here?
We can look up the USDA information on that breeder or broker, and it will tell if they've had an annual inspection or an inspection, how many animals are on the property, and if they have had any teachable moments and or violations. And that is the information that is made public.
So do we track the Better Business Bureau in some of these states?
We do not.
I mean, to me, it would seem like there would be some places to get trends on places where they're coming from.
Not knowing the inner workings of the Better Business Bureau and how much subjectivity there is and how independent it is, that's why we don't get into.
You mean
that.
Confirmation of
Yes, sir.
that somebody?
So, but the USDA and the state have specific requirements that have to be met, and you can know this violation for this offense was noted because it didn't meet this standard. I think this Better Business Bureau is a good source of information, which every consumer should look at, but I'm not sure how comfortable I would be in bringing that into the governance part of it.
Okay. And then locally here, on the stores that are here in place, how many complaints do we get registered here locally?
We probably
on the
get
stores?
3 or 4 complaints a month, Jay. And we go out when we get the complaints and do the welfare check.
3 to 4 complaints per month total?
Yes, sir. And we'll go out and check on whatever the complaint is. And usually if we go out to a store, we're also going to go ahead and do a welfare check on all the animals in the store while we're there.
Okay, I'm going to have some more questions, but just go ahead for now.
Mr. Gerard?
I'm
I don't think I really had anything.
I'm sorry,
Well,
but
I kind of did. Somebody mentioned that City of Largo, when they talked about their moratorium on new stores, that somebody from the city went out to the breeders. They did not, nor did they ban hobby breeders in Largo, as was also stated. Just wanted to have an insight.
While you're in this direction, could I ask a quick question to Jewel? Somebody mentioned, buying online, and we can't regulate that. Is that correct?
We can't.
Okay, I want to make that very clear. That anyone can buy a puppy from a puppy mill online out of state without any regulations to speak of.
Hang on. Commissioner Peters?
So I started Googling the rescue issue, and I was shocked and amazed at how many articles there are about rescues buying dogs from puppy mills. And so we don't do any regulation on our rescue.
There's no required regulation on rescues. Any rescue that pulls animals from our organization, though, submits to a voluntary inspection annually and inspection for complaints if they pull animals from my organization.
So
But we don't have any official oversight over them at this time.
So I'm guessing, based on the number of articles I read, that the rescues that are buying from the puppy mills, which, and according to the articles, they're not telling anybody on their websites that they're buying these dogs. But I'm assuming they're in states where they have banned retail sale of pets, and therefore the rescues have now become very profitable based on these articles and the research they were done. They're making hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations, claiming that they're saving dogs, and actually what they're doing is replace the retail business. They've replaced the retail business, calling themselves a rescue versus being a retail business, and what they're doing is retail business. If they're buying dogs and then selling them as rescues, they're retail businesses. And so I don't know if that's going on in Pinellas County, and I would be interested to know if that's going on in Pinellas County, if in fact our rescues are, and I'm not saying they all are, but that doesn't mean that there aren't bad actors out there that wouldn't be buying certain breeds that are very popular and then selling them as rescues, given the amount of donations that they make as a nonprofit. So just based on those articles, I've got a lot of concern that that's something we should be looking into. Maybe it isn't a problem in Pinellas County because we don't ban retail sales. Florida doesn't ban retail sales. So maybe we don't have that problem here, but I would be very interested in staff, and I don't know if you do that just on my request, but I'd be very interested to find out if our rescues are in fact buying dogs just like they are around the other spots of the country.
We have not received any complaints to that nature as
Yeah, but I
at
don't
this
know
time.
that we would be able to know to get them.
Right.
That's something that never even entered my mind until I read the articles. I was pretty appalled by what I read. And so, to me, that's just a wolf in sheep's clothing doing the exact same thing that they're advocating to get rid of. And so I've got real problems with that, and I think that we should be looking into that, just out of curiosity. And the other thing I guess I'd question you is the concept of a number of license versus numbers of stores, and just if you have any thoughts on that, because I kind of like the idea of that, because my biggest fear is that if you eliminate retail sales, and I think we have so many dogs going out of the county because all the counties surrounding us ban retail sales. So demand is higher than it's ever been, I would think. The population in Florida is growing. People want pets. And so if they want them, they have to travel to another county or they have to go to the internet with no regulated sales with internet. And so now it makes sense. Once you sent us the list of the counties that ban them, and Pasco banned them without having any stores there, but their population has exploded, and had they not banned them, would they then have had retail stores? So I think there's something to all that. My biggest fear is that if we ban them, or if the state banned them, you'd have the exact same thing going on with rescues, and you definitely would be facilitating a black market. Just like when drugs are illegal, the drug dealers make a ton of money on the streets. When we had prohibition, people that were selling alcohol legally made a whole lot of money. If we ban this, then I believe that we facilitate the black market on dogs, which puts no regulation and no protection whatsoever for those animals. And so I'm curious about that concept of license, number of licenses versus stores, so that we'd never have more than 6 licenses or however many licenses we have. I don't know if somebody has more than one store.
Each store has to have their own permit.
Each store has to have their own permit.
Yes.
So if we did it with that in mind, we wouldn't have a huge influx of sales, of course. But if someone were to pass away, and you could still see the market, which would not facilitate a black market.
And we would defer to the commission on that.
Okay, so you don't have any thoughts on that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Was the rescue in these articles, they bought the dogs from the mills, and then they sold them for the same $1,000, $5,000, or were they selling them for $100?
No, they were.
Shut down. I'm trying to understand the.
So some of them sold them for a lot of money, but what the big thing was, they were going for bulldogs and these. I left my iPad because it ran out of power that has the articles on it. But there were certain breeds of dogs that were very popular, and so what they did is they said, we're rescuing these dogs, and then they in a fundraising campaign raised $180,000 in a short period of time, just talking about how they were rescuing this particular breed that's very popular. And then they went to the puppy mills and they bought, and I know one of the speakers talked about one of the articles I was reading and how they spent $24,000 on these dogs. Now, I'm not sure how much they sold it for because I don't remember, I read so many articles, but a lot of them were raising a ton of money, and that's how they got the money to buy these dogs from the puppy mills. So they're doing these big fundraising campaigns where they use the pictures of the dogs, and then they raise a lot of money, and then they buy these dogs at this outrageous amount of money. Now, most of these were in the states that ban retail sales altogether. But that's a whole different industry in which they're doing the exact same thing under a different name. And they're advocating to get rid of retail sales when, in fact, they're really pretty much doing the same thing. And so I don't know that we clearly haven't looked into that. I don't know if it's a problem here because we don't ban it statewide. But clearly the people in Pasco, Hillsborough, and Manatee County are traveling to get dogs that they want because they want a specific breed. And sometimes you can't find that breed in the state of Florida. And it certainly is easier to travel to another county versus traveling to another state. But going online, I think there's a lot of risk of buying a dog online. And the quality you're going to get, and there's no recourse if you're getting a bad dog online or cat or whatever it is. And so, I had no idea about rescues buying dogs from puppy mills, and that I have a lot of concern about that. And nobody's looking at it.
Commissioner Flowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up a little bit on Commissioner Egger's question. He did ask about the number of complaints. You said 3 or 4 a month, give or take. Of that, how many were founded?
So we have not issued, when was the last
Approximately.
time we issued a violation? It's been probably over a couple of years.
So you, out of the complaints or concerns that you went out to investigate.
We have not issued any citations for violations observed.
So we say 4 a month times 12 months.
Yes, ma'am.
48. You answered the question. The question was asked by Commissioner Seals about online, so thank you for that. What percentage, I don't know if you know this, would you happen to know what percentage of shelter dogs, maybe Miss Mary, can we ask someone from the audience? I've never done, Miss Mary, I don't know if Miss Mary with the.
I don't know who Miss Mary is.
I thought she was the SPCA woman representative.
Martha? She's not here.
Martha, sorry. Okay. Well, I'm going to ask a question anyway, because my question was going to be what percentage of shelter dogs are turned in from someone who owned the dog previously?
We have shelters. We
Either
probably know
didn't-
at the county.
Yeah, and maybe they couldn't continue to afford to keep the dog. Maybe a person got ill and could no longer, handle ownership of the dog. Or someone mentioned sometimes dogs have temperaments, attitudes, things like that they're not able to control. So person surrender the dog.
Right. Before we have an MOU in place currently that's been in place since 2016 that all owner surrender dogs and cats are taken to the SPCA and all strays come to us. Prior to that, though, anecdotally, we were averaging probably about 50-50 on intake between owner surrendered animals and stray animals. And owner surrendered animals were coming in for a lot of the exact reasons you were talking about. That is one of the reasons we started a program back in January of 2020. We have 2 staff members who work on community efforts so that we are helping owners with those issues that can be resolved easily and fairly inexpensively, so their animals do not have to come into the shelters. We help people with food, we help them with low-cost vaccines, low-cost sterilizations, and we've even got a program now where they can call in and get some free online behavior training with a certified behaviorist remotely to help with some minor behavioral issues, so they don't necessarily have to give up their pets anymore.
Okay. And this may be a Jewel question. So with the passage of recent legislation, some people may not want to hear this, but, you know, as an elected official, we have to consider. With the recent elected legislation, it talks about, that passed, that talks about a business entity losing 15% or more of its revenue based on the passage of new ordinances and things of that nature for those individuals that currently have the business of selling puppies. And let's say we were to pass something that said you no longer can sell puppies, we are encroaching on their business. How would that apply, or would that apply?
So
And the potential for
Sure.
legal ramifications for us.
Couple of answers for your question, let me give you. We checked again this morning, and you're talking about Senate Bill 620. That has still not been presented to the governor for his signing. So assuming that that hasn't happened in a whirlwind since this morning, if you all were to adopt this ordinance today, it would be in under the effective date of that new law. Now, that said, that does not mean if you pass this ordinance, you would not be potentially exposed to lawsuits. The other jurisdiction, the other counties in the state and jurisdictions that have adopted these kind of bans have seen litigation. I don't know that we've seen any of that litigation really come to fruition, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily because the counties won. It's largely because the litigation was abandoned at some point. Much of the litigation that we've seen, and a lot of it's been down in Sarasota County. And, you know, there are some of the establishments were seeking an injunction to prevent the enforcement of the ordinance. They did not succeed in getting that injunction, and then really abandoned the litigation. So they never got to the substantive question of, you know, were we damaged? Were there, you know, lost profits here? You know, there are causes of action that were filed against some of those counties that talked about business damages, where you know, maybe you have a lease that you are now going to be stuck with that you can't use. Now, those are where you've seen the total bans. You all are talking about grandfathering existing businesses. But, you know, I know that there has been discussion about the total ban, and certainly you've heard some advocacy for that here today. So you would, in my opinion, be exposed to some of those business damage lawsuits nonetheless, regardless of the lack of effectiveness yet of Senate Bill 20.
We probably wouldn't know this, but do you have any information related to owners of dogs who purchased dogs that were bred that perhaps became ill? Do we get?
Only if we get a complaint from the consumer, and we periodically check with what complaints have been filed with the state. That would be the only way we would know.
Okay. And from your visiting or your staff's visiting of the pet stores that have been named, you know, today, or who are present today, have you all come across any visual accounts of some of the things that we've heard today? Dogs in very small cages, dogs in their own feces, dogs not being kept in the best conditions, sick dogs mixed in with well dogs at some of these pet shops.
If we had, as far as any of that things you just listed, if the regulations were not being followed, we would be issuing citations for violations observed. There are regulations in place if a pet store has a sick, ill puppy on how they are supposed to remove it, quarantine, and get it treatment or euthanize or whatever the medical option is per their veterinarian. And our stores to date have always followed that set of regulations.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, just a few comments that I want to give. The first is, There were a few comments about other fields of employment that persons could go in if they no longer sold puppies, they could do this and this. That's not something for us to determine. Persons get into whatever business or employment position because that's where their heart is, their passion. So it's not up to us to legislate that if they no longer sell dogs, then they can find a job somewhere else. That's nothing that we have the purview over. The other thing that we don't have the purview over, or what we're talking about today as it relates to puppy mills. I don't believe we can legislate puppy mills. And so I would encourage, if that desire is there, to perhaps continue that dialogue and conversation and advocacy with those organizations that, or those entities that would have the ability to do something about puppy mills. I would strongly encourage that if that's the case. The other thing I want to caution on is stating that you know emphatically where someone is getting their dogs. Unless you are part of that organization or that entity and you actually have access to those documents, you can't really say if they're getting them from a puppy mill or a breeder. So I would be very careful about inflaming the conversation when we're talking about that. And just also say that, you know, sick dogs come from breeders too. We've had a couple of folks talk about, and I believe it was Commissioner Seal, when I first got on this commission, and we were talking about it, Commissioner Seal talked about purchasing an expensive dog from a breeder, and how much that dog cost her in veterinarian bills because the dog was a sick dog. And I would also caution on trying to determine what type of home environment a pet will go home to. I have owned dogs in the past. My dog Dash did pass away. He had some little kidney disease. His stay at the vet for one day was $600. And the vet told me I could, you know, take him through this course of IV, but he probably would not survive. He didn't survive, but I chose to pay that money to try to give him an attempt at staying alive. My son just adopted a pit bull who is, they call him Capone. He has a chip in him and all of that stuff. The SPCA had my son bring the children there to see about the connection and all of that, how well, but no one ever came out to my son's home to see the home environment. So I don't want that to necessarily go out there. If someone's doing it, I don't know, but they never came to our home to see the environment that the dog would be coming to. But this is a very emotional issue. And the reason I put that out there is to let people know I'm not adverse to pets. I don't have cats because I'm allergic to the feline fur, but I have had dogs in the past, and family members do own dogs, and they are a part of your family. But my focus today will be trying to make a decision based on the information that's been brought before us for what we can do to try to be good neighbors to those who are in business, and also to be a person who sympathizes and empathizes with persons regarding the health, welfare, and nature for pets and other animals. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gerard.
Just a couple of questions. So the 50% of animals that are not living here after they're sold in a store, do we have any idea? We know where they went?
When the point of sale is received from the pet store, it's got the new owner's name and address on
And are
it.
they
That's how we track that.
Generally from surrounding counties, or?
I would think, I believe significant majority of them are here in the Tampa Bay area. There are some out of state as well, though.
So we are the retail puppy center of the southeast, or southwest. Did these stores do any online sales?
I believe one of them does, yes, ma'am, and they've got a USDA permit for that.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, thank you for all the hard work you've done on this. I'm just stunned at the detail that you've put into it. And I think it's important to think a little bit about, we have about 1 million residents in this county. and we have 6 retail pet stores, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Out of those 6 retail pet stores, do you have any idea, or do you know approximately how many, let's just say dogs, they sell each year?
In 2021, we had about 2,500 point of sales turned into us from the pet stores. And in the first quarter of 2022, we had just over 900 point of sales turned into us from the pet stores.
But out of that 900, how many of those were sold here within the county?
I believe for the first quarter of 2022, just over 60% of them remained in the county.
Interesting. How many people do you have in your department?
58.
58.
Yes, ma'am.
And how many volunteers?
A couple of hundred.
A couple hundred. So I assume, because of the recommendations that you're bringing forward with the new regulations, that you feel you have adequate number of folks to legitimately ensure to our citizens that these 6 facilities are properly regulated.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second. This is not a recommendation from our Animal Services Department. This is a proposed ordinance.
Well, but
We do feel that we've got the staffing, appropriate staffing to maintain the new set of regulations in the ordinance that's before you today.
thank you very much. And thank you for the clarification.
We've got a lot of emails saying your animal department wants this, or your animal department wants that, and they are not taking a stand. I'm gonna protect you, Doug.
Thanks, sir.
I misspoke. We did have some recommendations that somebody put on the screen, so I just was referring to that, and I'm sorry if
It's
okay.
good, ma'am.
All right, well, that answers my questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Peters.
Thank you, and I want to thank you too, because you've done great work, stellar work, and I took my youth advisory group out to see your facility, and if you guys haven't been out there, I can't believe how clean and amazing, and they do an outstanding, outstanding job.
Thank you.
And we were out there not long ago, and you didn't have very many dogs, and many of the speakers said that we have thousands of dogs that need to be rescued, and they can't find homes for them. Is that a problem we have at the county?
I will say that our dog population has doubled in the last 6 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
As has
'Cause when I was out there,
the
there was
dog
like nothing.
population at the other shelters in the county as well. We have seen a quick increase back to pre-COVID levels.
Huh, that's interesting.
Oh, my.
Do you know why? Sorry, Ken.
The world is moving back toward what the world looked like before COVID is the only assumption we can
People are
make.
going
And
back
so
to work.
old habits come back quickly, I believe.
Oh, that's too bad.
So.
So, well, anyways, I want to thank you. And another reason why I want to bring it up is Jewel clarified my question about licensing, and I just wanted her to remark on that.
Yeah, and kind of response to some of the issues that Commissioner Peters raised earlier, I did point out to her that what exists in the ordinance that's included with your agenda today, there is a provision, she was mentioning perhaps a number of licenses. Your ordinance that is again before you today does provide that the existing businesses that would be grandfathered under that version of the ordinance have the right to transfer, assign, or sell their business so long as the new ownership can maintain the, basically compliance with your ordinance. So those businesses that are grandfathered would be able to sell their businesses, assuming continued compliance by the new ownership.
Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, again, I want to go back to the number of complaints that you mentioned based on the number of sales that are going on. It seems low, medium, high, in your opinion? I mean, I don't know what to compare to, so it seems low to me.
Yeah, it is the number of complaints compared to the amount of sales that they do is low. Yes, sir.
The thing that Commissioner Peters brought up, the unintended consequences of, moving, if it's almost like a bubble, you stop it here and it pushes to the path of least resistance wherever they can go, and that does concern me. Also, a couple of the stores mentioned things that they provide the buyers, and I've been talked to recently by staff on some other issues with regards to Bill of Rights for different things. Do you think that at point of sale here locally, that the documents that our buyers are getting is informative enough? And do we need to develop something that is like really quick and clear, like complaints, call here, you know, and leave it up to the stores to make sure that these buyers get something? Because it doesn't need to be buried in a 30-page document for folks. Just wondering if there's something that we could develop. We're doing that in other areas. I'm just wondering if we could do that in this area.
And I'm just recalling from memory, we are going to be, there is going to be a requirement that the stores have a posting about vaccination and licensing requirements in the county. Jay, is there something about the state statute on the pet limit law posted? No, but we can.
I think that's something we ought to look
We
at.
can
So
remedy
when folks
that.
find themselves with a dog all of a sudden, that it's like,
And some of the, I
what do
will
I
say,
do?
some
What
of
do I
the
do?
contracts, a couple of the contracts I looked at do have that verbiage in there somewhere, but it depends on which retailer it is. But we can come up with a solution for that.
The part in the ordinance now that limits it to, you know, the fines or the vet bills to the price of the dog. Just your thoughts on limiting that. Is that, you said that was a state
That's
statute.
state
So
statute.
does that mean we can't go more on that?
No, we
Or does it
can't
mean
go
we
less.
can't go less? I just
I'm
was
going to have to
curious.
look to a county attorney
I
for
think we
that
can't
answer.
go less.
Typically, you can only go less.
Yeah, I do believe we could probably be more stringent.
Yeah, it's a floor, not a ceiling.
Stringent, yeah.
Correct, floor, not a ceiling. Correct.
So we could be more stringent, which means they could pay more than the price of the dog in vet bills? Or is that what that means?
Easy to do.
I believe so, yes.
I'm just curious. I mean, again, you know, the only way to monitor this industry, in my mind, from a local standpoint, is you put the onus on the stores to make sure that the product that they're getting, to the best of their knowledge, is good. You know, that the pets are in decent condition, and it puts the pressure on them. And if they have a limit, you know, bring your dog in, and we'll give you another dog, kind of thing. That scares me to death, because then what do they do with poor little dog that you're giving back? I'm not saying that anything's going to be done. It's a question mark. So it concerns me a little bit. Just another thought. And so I mean, I think that to me is just perspective here, that making sure that, number one, the dogs are in decent condition. That's on the store owners, and that's why I'm talking about this. Why the residents are protected, so that the Bill of Rights, so to speak, that shows them up front what they're getting into, because it's not simple. I'll tell a personal story that probably, you know, upset people or makes them wonder or whatever, but we got a dog from a young family that was in touch with somebody that I know, and basically said that they couldn't take care of the dog anymore. You talked about that today, when you get dogs back. No, you don't anymore. The SPCA gets dogs back that they can't take care of. And so we drove to Tallahassee to meet this family, true young family, and they just couldn't afford it. So we took the dog. They had it for about 4 weeks. And we brought her back here, and we had several things. Coughing, it's an intestinal parasite, and they had it 3 or 4 weeks from the breeder. So it wasn't a puppy mill. We back channeled. It wasn't considered a puppy mill, a breeder. And getting online and seeing complaints from the Better Business Bureau about that place, about some of those same issues. So I think, I mean, it's an industry that is very complex.
Yes, sir.
That needs answers at different levels of government. We can only do so much, and I think it's about being responsive to concerns from our residents, but at the same time, being responsible to business owners that are doing things the right way. So the last question I have for you is, so we find out down the road, 2 years down the road, that a store has types of violations and numbers of violations. How do they translate to losing a license?
We do have a process in our ordinance for all permit holders, that if they have violations or they do not become compliant with correcting violations, that they can have their permits suspended and or revoked.
And how many times do you go through that compliance? I mean, is it like once every year, or are we talking, they could do it 30 times in a year as long as they get compliant? What are we talking about?
On the number of violations for revoking and suspending a permit.
There's a number, it can be one violation.
It can depend on the severity of the violation. It could be.
So there's types and?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's clearly spelled out?
I'd have to review it. I don't have it
Okay.
right off the top of my head, sir.
Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Doug, in our workshop on Thursday, there was some conversation. I think Commissioner Peters and myself talked about, well, what if you had an existing pet store today, and we pass whatever we do today, and then they decide they want to downsize. That's not in what we're looking at today, correct?
Jewel has something.
It is not, but we do have some language developed.
We have,
Yeah,
Commissioner,
hold
we
on.
have alternate language.
Hold on, just 1 minute, that's where I'm going. So is it accurate to say that that would go to the ordinance as an amendment to section 14-29 paren 1 paren D? Or it might be an I don't know.
It would be under 1429D
Good,
is where we put it.
okay, I'd like to see that in there, and I'm looking at the attorney, thank you, Mr. Justice. I'm assuming you have it ready. With that said, at the time appropriate, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we amend what we're doing today to include the language that the county attorney is passing out, given we all agree on it, of course.
All right, we're good to that. Commissioner Seal?
Thank you.
Well, I'd be amenable to looking at that, but I was going to go ahead and support a motion towards adopting the ordinance, perhaps with the amended language.
With the friendly amendment, thank you.
And, the only comments that I would make is that, it's already been mentioned earlier, but we have to have some kind of regulation. And I've mentioned my experience with a hobby breeder. I have others who have had experience with online purchases of dogs and health problems as well. So I'd really rather, at this point in my life, I'd rather go to a shelter and get a dog. But if that wasn't an option, then I would like to go to a pet store that I'm assured I was going to get a healthy animal. So, it's not going to please everybody, but then I also looked at the rescue information, and we could open up Pandora's box and basically, have a rash of unhealthy animals coming into our county. So that's what I'm fearful of. That's been the experience in other states, so.
So I heard a motion with the alteration.
What page is the,
7.
Page 7.
7?
I don't hear a second.
I'll second. It sounded like Karen's was a second.
Motion by Commissioner Seal, second by Commissioner Peters. That's where we're at. County Attorney.
Yeah, we also, what I just passed out to you all just now was based upon your discussion last Thursday and includes the language on page 7 that would allow for relocation so long as there's essentially a net reduction in the sales aspect of the business, but the pet sales aspect of the business. But the county attorney's office would also like to recommend to you, based upon some comments that I believe some or all of you received from a hobby breeder, is a clarification to offer that specifically excludes hobby breeders from your definition of commercial establishment, to make it abundantly clear that the comprehensive set of regulations that you would be adopting today does not extend to hobby breeders. So, and I know that we have copies of that, but it might be easier if I can get somebody to put the language up on the screen so that folks can see what it is we're talking about.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Don Kroll from your County Attorney's Office. Right, I have up here now the highlighted language that we're adding. This is at the end of 14-29 sub 1D. Now, the current red line language that is not highlighted is what was in the currently the document that was circulated with the agenda. This highlighted language, furthermore, an existing commercial establishment eligible for retail sales as provided herein may move its operations to a new location while preserving its eligibility for continued retail sales only when the following requirements are met. The proposed location must A, have a total building square footage smaller than the existing location, and B, maintain a square footage of retail pet sales floor space that is smaller than the existing location, and C, maintain a number of kennels on the sales floor that is a minimum 10% lower than that of the existing location, and D, submit a new permit application and pay the applicable application fee, and E, pass the permitting inspection. As to the hobby breeder issue, there are two small places. Again, the red line here is what's in the, what was initially circulated. This new highlighted language is what's being clarified to exclude the hobby breeders from the definition of a commercial establishment. That is on, yes ma'am, page 3 within section 14-26 in the definition of commercial establishment. And then finally, there is one more minor change, which is on page, actually 6, in 14-29-1C, and it exempts hobby breeders from the provisions of 14-29 sub 1B and D, which again is that commercial establishments provision. So that's the tie-in. I know I ran through that quickly, but I wanted to get it all out there and then let you ask questions.
Commissioner Long.
Yeah, I just had a clarification. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm not totally confident. A hobby breeder is someone who breeds a specific type of dog.
They breed and usually operate out of their homes, and they only breed and sell 2 litters or less per year.
2 litters or less per year.
Yes, ma'am.
And it does not necessarily have anything to do with the
Does not have
breed.
anything to do with the breed.
And it is a defined term in the ordinance.
It is both a defined term and there's a separate permit for hobby breeders that has its own requirements.
They sell no more than, it's on page 6, they sell no more than 2 litters or 20 animals per year, whichever is greater.
Thank you.
Is there really not regulations of, and to that definition of puppy mills? Because I really thought Florida as a state had put in some language on whatever we're calling puppy mills.
I don't know what the state may define it as. There's so many anecdotal terms to it that we've just tried to stay away from that, and just, we're looking at commercial breeders who are breeding dogs for retail sale.
Further questions or discussion?
The only other thing before we leave all of this is, I know we're not addressing rabbits today, but I want to address rabbits, and I made that clear when we first started talking about a moratorium, so I'll look forward to seeing something come back.
Well, if this legislation passes, we won't be able to touch that. If people are selling rabbits today and the law becomes law, you won't be able to do that.
You can always open it up again.
Won't be able to do what?
You can regulate it, but it'll fall under that new law about 15% of a business. If someone sells 10 rabbits a year and now you say they can't sell rabbits, you won't be able to do that. Just so we're all on the same page. Commissioner Flowers.
Yes, I can't find where it was passed, Mr. Chair, but it says, it was in 2020, SB 1698 and HB 1237. The title of it was Florida Pet Protection Act, but that's what addressed puppy mills.
Yeah, I don't
But it
believe that.
doesn't say anything.
I don't think that one passed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't say that it passed, but it was an attempt to try to.
Maybe that's my memory.
Yeah, to try to address it.
Commissioner Eggers.
This hobby breeder thing.
Yes, sir.
Opened up, this paragraph says, shall sell no more than 2 litters or 20 animals.
Yes, sir.
Per year, whichever is greater.
Yes, sir.
So if you have 2 dogs in each litter, they could literally have 6, they could breed that same dog 6 times?
They could, but physically, that's not going to be possible.
That was every 2, okay, what I'm getting at is your
Only do 9 months.
limitation here by the number of animals, not by the number of times that they can
Yes, sir.
have them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because if you're a hobby breeder and you've got 6 female dogs, you can only sell a maximum of 20 animals a year as a hobby breeder. Or then you would have to escalate to the next level and be permitted and inspected as a pet dealer.
So this is for their business, not per animal.
Correct. Because then it would go up to the pet dealer classification, which is somebody who's still operating out of their home, breeding and selling their personal animals, but they would be on the same, a higher category of inspection fee and all of that.
At what point, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Gerard.
So at what point do they become subject to this? What's the,
If
they
you're-
have to have a retail store?
They have to have a retail store, yes, ma'am.
Just to be clear, there's no appetite for a full ban, is what I'm hearing. All right.
I would like to see a full ban.
Further discussion? Well, I'll throw my 2 cents. This is, anyone who knows me knows I love dogs. I have an affinity for a particular breed. I have found that breed at a rescue. One time I had to drive to Broward County to get that, but it was a rescue group in Broward County, and was willing to do that. One of the dogs that we rescued was obviously a breeder dog. It took her a good year to realize what it would be to be a pet in someone's home. Certainly don't want to shut anyone's business down. No one wants to do that. And I heard the gentleman, I think it was Mr. Cohn, talk about his babies. And so he seems like a great guy, an upright guy who cares about his animals. But there just kind of seems intrinsically something wrong with the whole business in my heart. So, but I can do basic math and I can see where we are today. And I think a moratorium or a limit is better than a complete no action today, where we would see an explosion of more establishments. So we have a motion, we have a second. The clerk will open the board, the commissioners will proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes, ma'am.
could get clarification, did we include the changes for hobby
Yes.
breeder?
All the changes that Don brought up and showed us are incorporated in my motion.
And the seconder, Commissioner Peters?
Yes.
One question.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers?
Doug,
Clear the board for a second.
I brought up the concern about limiting the dollar amount of that bill responsibility. Is that, I said you shouldn't have a limit, but is that limited to the first year, or what's the time frame for that bill?
I would have to get it and look at it. I don't know right off the top of my head, sir. But usually, depending on the illness, they've got 2 weeks after the purchase for certain types of issues.
Yep.
And they've got up to 1 year for other types of
Page
issues to
17.
file the claim.
17.
Yep, page 17.
So it depends on what category of
And
issue
it
it
actually
is.
is pretty reasonable, in my opinion, for the most part. But
Commissioner Peters?
I just kind of wanted to go back to that, the rescues. I mean, is that something that's viable to look into to see if they're buying dogs?
We don't have any oversight over them right now, and we don't have any, right now, we don't have any authority really to make them produce their sourcing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, let's try this one more time. We have a motion and a second. The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote. It's not showing the display back
Well,
there.
because it's saying I don't have access to the internet. Computer settings. Network not available. Anyway, I'm a yes.
It passes 6-1. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your involvement on this important issue.
before we leave this,
Yes, ma'am.
did we ascertain how many rabbit establishments we have?
I have no idea.
Do we have any? Poor Doug just sat down.
Poor Doug.
He only has to come once a year. It's fine.
We don't bring you up all that often to have
That's
to
okay, I need my
harass you.
exercise. Jay, on that list, is it what, 14? There was 12 or 14 stores that we're aware of that sell pet rabbits at this time.
So why can't we address that today?
We can. It hasn't been advertised.
It hasn't been advertised, but I would like to, I mean, it's June 7th, we don't have,
But then we're subject to that.
I don't know what the effective date of that law is, but
It's not yet been sent to the governor.
So-
It will become effective upon signing.
okay.
That was one of the reasons why I was asking for that clarification about what we were doing today, because
So can we amend the thing that we just passed?
but you have to notice, correct?
Yeah.
This
When-
hearing wasn't
when-
noticed.
When you notice your ordinances, we always include a provision that states that you may make modifications based upon input you receive at the public hearing. So it would certainly be a modification, and we would like to be able to tell you with 100% certainty that nothing you do will ever be challenged, but of course we cannot. So we think you would be able to modify it, but I don't know from a practical standpoint what input Doug might have.
Mr. Brightwell.
Yeah, I don't have enough
It's on you,
information.
Mr. B.
We have never regulated rabbits, so we have no regulations in place on care requirements, cage requirements, food requirements, veterinary requirements.
Yeah.
We have none of that historical data like we do on dogs and cats. So we would have to build that from the ground up and look at best practices and veterinary requirements. So there's a lot of information we don't have on rabbits at this time if we were to regulate and inspect them.
Sure.
And one thing I would add is that, of course, when you're passing a regulatory ordinance, you really do need to have that kind of basis upon which to really move forward with the regulation, because otherwise your action may look arbitrary and capricious, and it may just look not grounded in a well-founded research.
You said there's 14
They're where we're at right now, 12 or 14. But there may be
14
more.
stores. So might be a Bob's Pets that sells dogs and cats, but also sells rabbits?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then there are pets, they sell all kinds of other things, but not dogs and cats.
The animal house. Okay, Commissioner Long?
Yes, and I would just like to point out, for discussion or not, that I do think that we need to be somewhat judicious in terms of how we approach what we're doing here. Because I know we've had in the past, several of us will remember this, huge discussions about regulating geese. I mean, it sounds funny, but we did, number one. Number two, there's a lot of folks, and we've already gone through this many years ago about having chickens and raising chickens and so on and so forth.
that too.
And we've, and number three, beyond the chickens and the geese, there's also pet pigs that in some parts of the state
It was
are
potbelly pig.
potbelly pigs, or whatever you call them, that are not supposed to grow really, really big, but I have a former colleague in the legislature that had one, and it grew really big. So I just point that out to say, no good deeds go unpunished, and let's really be thoughtful about moving forward.
And I agree with you, except for when we first went down this path, I mentioned that I was interested in talking about rabbits. And so, I know we can't do anything about it today, I would agree, but I'm a little disappointed because this was something I felt that was worthy of our attention.
Sure. Well, we talked about it last week. We talked about it 6 months ago. We've talked about it for about 4.5 hours today. So we are where we are. Unless someone wants to make a motion to do something specific right now.
Do it right.
All right. Thank you, Doug. Item number 9. Citizens to be heard. David Ballard Geddes Jr. Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon, David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. With all the infectious diseases of today, we should not be disposing of our gray water where it has access to our respiratory system. The transmission of reclaimed water via our sprinkler system could easily spread respiratory diseases throughout society. The Reclaimed Water Variance application clearly states that the applicant literally owes their health, safety, and religion The variance is seen as an eminent domain contract of civilian property in Statute 15303. Breeding such legislation fails to qualify as government and may soon be denounced as a treasonous insurrection of power. At this time, I feel it's necessary we establish splash beds, dry beds that allow our gray water the process it needs to naturally percolate and filter through the soil horizons to aerobically and safely replenish our groundwater supply. Another source of water contamination is our garbage landfills. The current garbage system is simply moving waste problems from one place and creating problems in another, solving absolutely nothing. Our landfills are toxic waste dumps, and such dereliction in garbage disposal in respect to the ecology is unacceptable. In regards to replacing our current garbage system, clean, efficient recycling bins should be made convenient in every neighborhood. Half measures on this issue are insufficient and unacceptable. All of our products must be manufactured with the concept of recycling in mind, and the major focus of disposing of our products must be taken into consideration. We must also find ways to dispose of our human waste as well. Defecating in the water supply is not an essential use of our vital water. Fecal contamination in the water supply is rapidly becoming a critical concern of society. We must find ways to recycle our biological waste products in a safe manner. Any further political dereliction on this bond duty is to be held liable. You do not have the right to conduct your millage daily. Thank you.
Greg Pound.
Thank you, Commissioners. Greg Pound, Largo. You know, I was just thinking, it's amazing. We sat here, like you said, like 4.5 hours just to speak for 3 minutes. You had two citizens to be heard, and you stuck us at the end of this. I mean, but listen, the whole goal is to destroy the family. And once you destroy the family, we're in big, big trouble. Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood, set up a system where what you do is you're going to assert the authority of our Creator, who says women are to submit themselves to their own husbands. And the men were called to be the spiritual leaders and the leaders of their family and the leaders of our society. And so that's all being destroyed and being ruined. And it started off with no-fault divorce laws. And then it goes from there. I mean, the court system's made billions of dollars off destroying the family with their no-fault divorce laws. And then this thing about putting children on Ritalin. I mean, this. I've been crying about that problem for a long time, and now you have a whole generation of young people with a drug problem, and they can't control themselves. They're emotionally out of control because you wanted the little boys to sit like the little girls because boys have a different makeup than the women, but so they maybe needed a recess, and so what we have now is a society that's totally bent on destroying the family, separating children from their fathers. There is no more fathers anymore. I mean, you know, the only ways you guys are going to keep your jobs, you're going to have to put on a dress. I mean, it's just a matter of time. You guys are going to be out the door. And Harris is going to be our next president, and you ain't going to stop that. And you got more women now graduating from law schools. There's more women in law than men. And, you know, our leadership is gone. No more families, no more children. You ask, I mean, that's what we're talking about is pets, babies. That's their babies now is the dogs and the cats and the rabbits. And you know, what you can do is have everyone get one of those teddy bears. You just squeeze it and says, I love you. And that might, you know, comfort the people who need love and, you know, they can't have children and so forth. But this is a gospel tract we pass out. It says life in the womb, and it tells you how to make a baby. I mean, this is what we're at now in our society. We're going to have to pass these out to tell people. But we now are in an anti-God, anti-man, anti-baby society, a death culture. Killing itself. And if you see what's going on, you look at the global demographics of the white population. Since they've pushed this, everything they've done to other cultures has backfired on them. Literally backfires on them because the Creator has a way of doing that. He says he has a surprise for the wicked. In Isaiah, he says he has a surprise for you. And the white culture has become so wicked and so godless. It's because you went to the top because of your righteousness, and now you've fallen back down because you think you're God. And that's what you didn't keep yourself realizing that wasn't.
You're at your time.
Yep.
Next item is consent agenda items 10 through 12 that need to be pulled.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Egger, second from Commissioner Seal. Do a voice vote?
Yes, please.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show it passes unanimously. Moving on to the regular agenda. Well, that wasn't right.
No, it was to
Not 10
17.
through 12. 10 through 17.
18.
17.
Just reading my script here. Regular agenda, item number 18, Madam Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item is for airport service contract with the United States Coast Guard at the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport for airfield operating expenses and aircraft rescue and firefighting services for the Coast Guard Air Station Clearwater.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Peters, second from Commissioner Long. Questions or discussion? The clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I don't have my vote card, but I'm a yes.
And it passes unanimously. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Item number 19, Madam Administrator.
Mr. Chair, this is for appointment to the Opioid Abatement Funding Advisory Board, and the staff recommendation is to consider the appointment of Karen Yatchum, our Director of Human Services.
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Egger, second from Commissioner Peters. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I'm a yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 21.
Interlocal agreement to, did you vote this morning? You did vote. So
We did vote on 20.
We've already heard this item.
Yep, 21.
Appointments to the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Long, second from Commissioner Peter for the reappointments, Mayor Brown, Bradbury, Gaddis, Saraki. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
That is just not popping up. I'm a yes.
Passes unanimously. Item 22.
Issuance and renewal of certificates of public convenience and necessity for non-medical wheelchair transport and stretcher van providers.
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Gerard, second from Commissioner Peters. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I'm a yes.
Passes unanimously. Item 23.
Third Amendment to the agreement with Willis Towers Watson US LLC for benefits consulting services.
Commissioner Seal.
Yes, my question was, what other services are they doing for us at this point? Because we did go through an RFP process this past year for health insurance, so I wondered why you wouldn't be able to replace the scoping for that and not increase the total contract.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chairman Justice and members of the board. Kimberly Crum, your Human Resources Director. We actually are doing a bit of a catch-up here. There were a number of special services that were included in the contract when it was negotiated in 2019. But the budget for several of the special services was not included in the total dollars. So there have been expenditures made for the RFPs that you mentioned, Commissioner Seal, both for pharmacy and for medical and for dental, as well as a pharmacy claims audit and a medical claims audit that were approved prior to my arrival in September of 2020. And so now there's no funding for the remainder of the contract, unless we place this money on the contract. So that's the reason why we're before you today.
So are you going to put the pharmacy services out for bid?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, everything was bid, and those contracts have been negotiated. And so they are good for 5 years.
Okay.
Commissioner Eggers.
Quick question. Yeah, that was one of my questions. Thank you. It's always bothersome to see that big of an increase based on the fact that we go through a process. And the other thing I was going to ask you is, I know that one of the big things that we're dealing with, well, everybody's dealing with it, but we're dealing with it too, and that is potentially losing folks, empty positions to the private sector, or maybe even to other government sectors. And salary is always an issue, but we've never really been competitive on the salary front. So my question really has to do with, really probably a question not to be answered fully today, but are we looking at our benefits package as it relates to providing more flexibility? That wasn't me. Anyway, having more flexibility for the age range of our employees. I mean, I know that, we tend to be older in our average age, but we're going to be getting younger people. So are we addressing that in any way?
Yes, and thank you for your question, Commissioner. Actually, there are a number of pieces to that front that I'd like to address. Number one, our benefits package, as it stood last year, was benchmarked against 11 other jurisdictions locally on both sides of the bay and beyond. And we were found to have the number one benefits package. Beat them all. And very, very proud of that. Now, having said that, you also mentioned salary and competitiveness of salary. We've been doing quite a bit of work this year, end of last year and beginning of this year, on salary competitiveness and making sure that our base salaries are competitive in the marketplace and that we have career progression for our employees. And so you may have heard talk of career ladders and a number of things that we're doing to make sure that we remain competitive. But as we're watching the labor market, what's happening in the labor market, your Benefits Advisory Committee, which is made up of a person and an alternate from every appointing authority, has been meeting regularly in large committee and subcommittee meetings to address the goal of having something for everyone in our benefits plan.
Okay.
And there are a number of suggestions, recommendations that are going to be coming forward over the next few months. So we're very excited about the level of activity and interest and work that's being done to make sure that both our compensation and our benefits, so the total rewards package here, is impeccable.
Yeah, that's reassuring, because as an average age, I keep hearing 52 for our average age, and we're going to be replacing with younger folks as time goes on, so we got to be responsive to what their needs are. So appreciate that thought process and look forward to hearing those recommendations.
Further questions? Is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Long, second by Commissioner Gerard. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I'm a yes. I don't know why it's not.
Passes 5-2. Item 24, County Attorney.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item 24 is our office seeking to initiate litigation through outside counsel in the case as laid out in your agenda. It's a housing discrimination case.
Move approval.
Motion from Commissioner Peters, second from Commissioner Gerard. Further discussion. Clerk will open the board. Commissioners will proceed to vote.
I'm a yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Releasement.
County Attorney reports.
And I have no reports for you today.
Want to tell us about a dismissal that your office made recently?
We can do that. The litigation in Leon County against the Secretary of State and at one point the Attorney General has been dismissed with prejudice. We voluntarily dismissed that given the lack of any real fruitful possibility of getting any kind of relief given the upcoming qualifying. And the other litigation that was brought in Pinellas County against the county has also been dismissed at this point, so should have wrapped everything up at this point.
Questions on that? Yeah, I think, at least I would express the frustration. I've won in court, I've lost in court, but it's absolutely frustrating when you lose, not based on the merits of your argument, but by some kind of other weird process where a judge insists on people coming to testify and then doesn't actually want to hear that testimony. But, so, it is what it is, and we're moving on. Item 26, County Administrator reports.
Mr. Chair, we have no reports this afternoon.
Item 27, County Commission new business. Anything for the good of the order? Commissioner Eggers.
Yeah, just a couple things real quick. I wanted to thank staff for what I thought was a really engaging and productive and informative East Lake Road construction. I guess I don't want to say proposal, but it's the early proposals coming from staff and our consultant, and I think they had like 35 people signed up to come to it up in East Lake in their gym, and I think there was probably over 60 or 70 people there. A lot of really good questions, a lot of good presentations, and just, a lot of thoughtful dialogue. So I really wanted to thank staff on that and thank the residents for coming out and engaging. Secondly, I wanted to thank the John Maroney Law Enforcement Board for the work that they did in pulling together the 26th annual John Maroney Law Enforcement and First Responder Dinner. Again, I think it was rather quickly put together. I think it turned out really, really well. A really nice turnout. Probably some 35 tables were sold and probably 300 plus people there. And for that first time back, and still with issues going on around the community, I thought it was a really good turnout and a lot of good energy in the room and thoughtful stories that were told. And as usual, of all the good things that were done, the dog stole the dinner, I guess, if you will, with a few well-placed barks and some movement on stage that everybody was impressed with. Anyway, it was a really nice event, and I wanted to thank the board for pulling that together. And then lastly, just wanted to also thank Curlew Hills, Keenan Nopke, City of Tarpon Springs. I went to their Memorial Day services. Really, really good in both cases. Very uniquely different, but very touching and very pointed. And again, a lot of people coming out to try to remember those folks that gave the ultimate sacrifice. And I know we had a number of them around the county that day, but it was just good to be around people that were thankful for that group of folks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? I'll just a couple of items. One, I'll thank the folks in Oldsmar who invited me to participate in their Memorial Day ceremony, a beautiful event at their beautiful park there. The Maroney dinner was a wonderful evening with seeing the Maroney family and being with them. That was nice. The Hurricane Expo, thanks to everyone who put that together at the Exchange. Huge crowd, hugely successful, a great event for the community. And then the last reminder is this Friday, the County Commission and Pinellas County is partnering with the St. Pete Free Clinic, the City of Pinellas Park, and our Sheriff's Department for a grocery giveaway Friday morning. Volunteers at 8, public at 9 at the England Park right in the middle of Pinellas Park. With that, thank you for a good day. We are adjourned.